Today's time is 9:00 a.m. on August 30th, 2024. When we started the hearing yesterday morning, each of the parties moved to admit their respective, most of their exhibits. During that time, River Ridge Property Owners Association and Sierra Club indicated they had additional exhibits that they intended to admit at a later date. I think both of those parties are now ready. We'll start with the River Ridge Property Owners Association.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, River Ridge Property Owners Association would like to admit into evidence, or would move to admit into evidence, exhibits which have been marked as RRPOA Exhibits 1 and 2, the pre-filed testimony of witnesses Hildenbrand and Staten.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Duke Energy, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Block?
No objection.
Citizens Action Coalition?
No objection, Your Honor.
City of Westfield?
No objection.
Duke Industrial Group?
No objection, Your Honor.
Kroger Company?
No objection.
Nucor Steel?
No objection.
River Ridge Development Authority, Rolls-Royce?
No objection.
Sierra Club? Sierra Club has no objection. Steel Dynamics? Mr. Miller's not present. Is Wabash Valley present? Wabash Valley's not present. Walmart?
No objection, Your Honor.
OUCC?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. River Ridge Property Owners Association's Exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted into the record without objection. Mr. Smith with Sierra Club.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sierra Club or Joshua Smith on behalf of Sierra Club. We'd like to move into evidence at this time Sierra Club 1 and Sierra Club 1C, which are the direct public testimonies of Mr. Tyler Cummings and the public exhibits that are attached to his testimony, as well as his confidential testimony and the confidential exhibits and work papers that are attached to that testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Duke, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Block?
No, Your Honor.
Citizens Action Coalition?
No, Your Honor.
City of Westfield?
No, Your Honor.
Industrial Group?
No objection.
Kroger Company?
No, Your Honor.
Nucor Steel?
No, Your Honor.
River Ridge Development Authority, River Ridge Property Owners Association, Rolls-Royce?
No, Your Honor.
Walmart?
No objection, Your Honor.
OECC?
No objection, Your Honor.
Sierra Club's Exhibits 1 and 1C are admitted into the record without objection. Thank you, Mr. Smith. All right. And Duke, when you're ready to call your next witness, please do so. And before we do that, would all witnesses who are going to be testifying today please stand if you're able to be sworn in? If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Great. Thank you. You may be seated. Duke, when you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Duke Energy Indiana calls as its next witness, Ms. Maria Diaz.
Ms. Diaz, if you would have a seat in the witness stand, we'll go off the record while she does so. Duke, are there any exhibits we need to place in front of the witness before we get started?
I believe Linda has already placed them there.
Okay, very well. All right, we'll go back on the record, and when you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please look at the exhibits in front of you and make sure that you have what's been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 6 and Petitioner's Exhibit 6C? Those are your direct testimonies as filed in this proceeding.
Yes, I did have a revised direct that is not before me.
In Petitioner's Exhibit 6, you don't have the revisions that were pre-filed on August 23rd?
I do not.
Okay. Can we go?
Let's go off the record for a few minutes while we straighten out this issue. All right, we'll go back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have established that the revisions are, in fact, in the copy in front of Ms. Diaz. Do you also have before you what's been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 32 and 32C? That would be your rebuttal testimony and exhibits.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Confirming that, Ms. Diaz is available for cross-examination.
Block, Mr. Rompali, do you have any cross-examination?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. As with yesterday, Your Honor, I appreciate the bench's indulgence in allowing me to pass for the present and have any follow-up questions. I'll chime them in. Thank you.
Citizens Action Coalition.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're in a similar situation. We do not have any planned cross-examination, but to the extent we have questions that arise following others, we would appreciate the opportunity to come back. Thank you.
City of Westfield.
No cross.
Duke Industrial Group.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson.
Good morning, Ms. Diaz.
Good morning.
We've met. Could I start out by directing your attention to page 4 of your direct testimony? And at lines 3 and 4, you state, do you not, that the purpose of a retail cost to service study is to determine the cost to serve each rate class. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Thank you. Why is it important to determine the cost to serve each rate class?
Well, that is the purpose of a cost of service study, and we want to be able to determine how to allocate the cost to each class so that ultimately rates can be designed to collect those costs.
Okay. We'll face each other. When you say the cost to serve each rate class, does that refer to the costs that a given rate class causes the company to incur?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, and you've heard the term cost causation, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and that is the criterion by which a cost to service study is conducted, correct?
Yes, that's one of the criterias.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Diaz, in your view, is the determination of the cost to serve a given class, does that change depending on what rate increase you wish to propose for that class?
It is a consideration. Again, we go through the cost of service study, and we do all of the calculations, and at the end, you have to see the results based on cost causation, and then you have other decisions to make at that point as far as rate increases.
Okay, so the determination of cost causation comes first, and then other considerations come into play. Is that your testimony?
That would be accurate, yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall that in the last rate case for Duke, the commission approved a 4CP methodology for production and transmission assets?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And the commission found that the 4CP method was reflective of cost causation?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You were the cost of service witness in that case, were you not?
I was.
Okay. And you supported the 4CP allocation in your direct and rebuttal testimony in that case?
In
Do you
that
recall
case,
that?
yes.
Okay, thank you. In this case, was the selection of the 12CP approach in lieu of the 4CP that was approved in the last rate case, was that related to the objective of keeping the residential increase below 20%?
It was a consideration, as I stated in my testimony on the basis of affordability, and that being one of the key pillars. After we have, done the calculations and we see the results, and affordability for residential was definitely a consideration.
Okay, so just to be clear, did you look at the 4CP and the 12CP approaches and then decide on the 12CP in view of the impact on the residential class? Is that fair characterization?
We prepared multiple scenarios, which were filed in the case of 4CP and 12CP, to be able to do that and to determine, the results and to make an informed decision.
And the decision was to go with the 12CP, correct?
It was.
Okay. Could I direct your attention to page 31 of your direct testimony? At lines 10 and 11, do you see where you say the company adopted the practical approach of a 12CP demand allocation for production and transmission after the consideration of affordability in this case? Is that what you were referring to? Is that the same concept you were referring to a moment ago?
Yes, that is the same concept.
Okay.
Exactly.
Can you explain what you mean by the word practical?
Okay. Practical is I would view practical as there's other considerations to be made. The cost of service is very data-driven, complex, and very mathematical. And, again, at the end, you have to look at the reasonableness and the applicability of those results, and that's what I mean by practical.
Okay. I believe in your testimony you indicate that the impact on the residential class of a 12CP versus a 4CP allocation is a difference of about 1.5%. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, that was the percentage quoted.
And under the rate proposal by Duke in this proceeding, the residential increase would be about 19%. Is that right?
Yes.
And so with a 4CP, it would be 20.5 or somewhere in that range?
Yes.
Okay. So if the commission were to reduce the total revenue increase sought by Duke in this case, there would reach a point where the residential increase would be less than 20%, even if the 4CP allocation were retained in this case. Is that right?
In the event that there are changes on the revenue requirements, there likely will be changes to the rate increases across, all the classes.
So besides the objective of trying to keep the residential increase below 20%, you did reference in your testimony some additional considerations that affected the selection of the 12CP approach. Is that right?
I did.
Okay. And in particular, you noted that FERC has established 3 system demand tests that are used to determine whether a 12CP allocation is appropriate for production and transmission costs. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And I believe your testimony was that the Duke system did not pass any of those 3 tests. Is that right?
The testimony, I explained the test, and I explained the basis, the historical period that was used, and I explained the results that in 2 of the 3 tests, we were close to passing but did not pass.
Okay.
And again, I concluded that the FERC tests are guideposts.
Okay. So just to be clear, the FERC tests, each one has a threshold at which 12CP approach is indicated, and Duke did not meet that threshold in any of the 3 tests. Is that correct?
It did not meet the threshold precisely for the historical period that was analyzed.
Okay. Did it meet the test for a 12CP in the last rate case? If you recall.
If I recall, I don't recall that the 12CP was met in the last case.
Okay. Okay. You also reference the recently adopted seasonal resource adequacy construct that MISO has adopted. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree that the system capacity for the Duke system has to be sized to meet the peak demand whenever that occurs in the year?
Yes, the Duke system has to be sized for, multiple points in time.
And, well,
And then evaluate the behavior of the customers at those multiple points in time or multiple seasons.
well, let's put it in these terms. Let's suppose that the summer period is the highest peak annually, and the winter period is the second highest peak. If Duke maintained enough capacity only to meet resource adequacy standards for the winter period, you would fall short in the summer, wouldn't you?
Yes, we would.
Okay. So you have to size the system to meet the summer peak, correct?
We have to size that is the largest peak, whatever peak period that is, but the point of the MISO seasonal construct is that all of the seasons are important and all of the months in the seasons are important.
Okay. Certainly important, but the size of the system is driven by the highest peak in the year, isn't that right?
I'm not so sure about that. I think MISO has, and in our IRP planning, has switched from just looking at an annual peaking point in time to, again, looking at multiple seasons.
Okay, but I think you just agreed with me that if the system were sized only to meet resource adequacy standards for the winter season, there wouldn't be enough capacity to meet the summer peak. Do you recall that?
I did recall that, but I can also say that within our IRP planning process, Duke Energy Indiana, winter is becoming more prominent as well. So there is a shift happening between the periods.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. You also reference an extreme weather event that occurred in the test period that you looked at, is that right?
Yes, in December of '22.
Okay. And extreme weather events happen from time to time, do they not?
Yes, they can.
And it's something that Duke plans for, does it not?
I don't know that you can ever plan for an extreme event, the time of when it would occur.
Well, you can't predict it perhaps with certainty, but you don't just assume average weather when you're sizing the system, do you?
I think you look at scenarios of what could happen, and extreme weather is something that could happen, and normal weather is something that could happen as well.
Okay. But you have to be prepared for extreme weather events, do you not?
You have to be prepared in general, yes.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you about the subsidy excess topic that you discussed in your testimony. And I believe you testified that Duke is proposing a 5% reduction in the existing subsidy excess levels. Is that right?
Yes, that's what we proposed.
Can we agree that if the subsidy excess levels are reduced by 5% in each rate case, it would take 20-plus rate cases to reach fully cost-based rates?
I don't think that would be the conclusion I would draw.
And why not?
Because each case stands on its own, and there are different drivers, and could be different results of what the subsidy or excess could be happening, and then you have to assess then how much of a reduction you can take.
Okay, so you might in the next rate case propose a much bigger reduction? Is that
Yeah,
your?
that's very possible.
Okay. What was the subsidy reduction that Duke proposed in the last rate case?
In the last rate case at direct and revised and rebuttal, we were at a 5%.
Okay, 5.1%, I
5.1.
believe. So it's 5.1% in the last rate case, 5% in this case, but it might be something different in the next case. Is that your testimony?
Yes, it can vary.
Okay. And the 5.1% was proposed in the last rate case for much the same reason as the 5% is proposed in this case. Is that not correct?
That is correct. We looked at the affordability, and we were also looking at the residential impacts and the other classes as well.
Okay. In the last rate case, did the commission approve the Duke proposal for only a 5.1% subsidy excess reduction?
In the last rate case, the commission, once it concluded on the revenue requirement, it provided that the subsidy excess be increased so that no class receive higher than 25% of the system average. And it offered, that was the guidance, and to be able to enact that guidance when we implemented rates, the result was actually a 12.5% subsidy excess that we were able to include in the last rate case.
Okay, and would it be, if I could summarize, was it not the case that the commission ordered a 25% subsidy reduction subject to a parameter where no rate class would receive more than a 1.25 times system average increase?
Yes, that is what was ordered, but again, we needed to put our figures through the calculations, and they weren't in a position to know exactly what that subsidy excess percent would be. But subject to that 25% system average was ultimately the guidance that was provided and that we adhered to.
So the direction was a 25% reduction subject to a mitigation parameter. The mitigation parameter ended up driving the result, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
If I could ask you to look at page 40 of your direct testimony. You indicate at lines 4 to 7 what the current subsidy levels are in Duke's existing rates, is that right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And for rate RS, that's the residential rate, it is a 6.8% subsidy, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And for rate HLF, it is a 14.6% excess, correct?
Correct.
So rate HLF is paying 14.6% above a cost of service basis, and rate RS is paying 6.8% below a cost of service basis, correct?
It is paying rates that are higher than the average rate of return, yes.
Okay. Rate HLF is paying rates above an average rate of return. Rate RS is paying below an average rate of return.
At the existing rates, yes.
Yes, okay. And was this based on a 12CP study?
This was based on the 12CP, yes.
Okay. And can we agree that if Duke instead used the 4CP that was approved in the last case, the spread would be even wider, would it not?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You noted in your rebuttal testimony, I believe, that the industrial group witness, Mr. Collins, testified that the subsidy excess levels in this case are even higher than they were in the last rate case. Do you recall that?
I do recall that he was quantifying the amounts.
Okay.
Subsidy excess, yes.
And do you agree that the subsidy excess levels in this case are in fact higher than they were in the last rate case?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay. And do you recall that Mr. Collins calculated that in dollar amount, the HLF excess that would remain embedded in rates under Duke's proposal with the revenue increase, with the 12CP allocation with the 5% subsidy excess reduction, that would be about 110 million annually?
Yes, I do remember that.
And do you agree with that calculation?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And again, if it were a 4CP, it would be an even higher number, would it not?
It would be a higher number.
Okay. You did take issue, I believe, in your rebuttal testimony with Mr. Collins' comment attributing the increase in the magnitude of the subsidy excess levels to the impact of trackers. Do you recall that subject?
I do recall that subject.
Okay. And you did admit in your rebuttal testimony, did you not, that the approved cost allocation for trackers impacts calculated subsidies in rate cases? And I can give you the reference. It's at page 26 of your rebuttal, lines 2 and 3.
Mr. Richardson, what page was that, please?
Page 26, lines 2 and 3.
Thank you, sir.
And that's the rebuttal.
Yes, I see that.
And we can agree that you indicated that the approved cost allocation for trackers does impact calculated subsidies in the rate case. Is that right?
That is the first part of the sentence. I say, although the approved cost allocation for trackers impacts calculated subsidies, in rate cases, trackers also provide for gradualism for customers in between cases.
Okay. So we're not debating whether trackers are a good thing or a bad thing in terms of gradualism, but in terms of cost allocation, we can agree, can we not, that the allocation methodology approved in the last rate case governs the tracker allocations in between rate cases, correct?
It does, and each of those trackers are, you know, in accordance, the trackers are filed and required to be filed with the cost allocations that were approved in the last rate case.
Okay. So in this case, if the commission approves Duke's proposal to change the allocation methodology and to retain 95% of the existing subsidies that are built into current rates, that would also impact tracker allocations until the next rate case, would it not?
Yes, it would. We would use the approved allocation factors
Okay,
in the trackers.
thank you. And we talked earlier about how the selection of the 12CP was influenced by the goal of keeping the residential increase below 20%. Do you recall that?
It was impacted by that, yes.
Okay, yes. Is it also the case that the proposal to remove only 5% of the existing subsidy excess levels was also affected by that objective?
Yes, that is a fair assumption.
Okay. In your direct testimony, can I direct your attention, please, to page 40, lines 8 and 9. And you indicate there, do you not, that the amount of subsidy excess reduction was determined based on the company's strategic objective of affordability?
Yes, I do say that.
Okay. Could you explain what you mean by the word strategic?
Yeah, by strategic, I mean a overall policy decision, a grander thinking than just calculations in the cost of service study, looking at all of the variables that come into a case and trying to look at it more holistically. And by strategy, I'm also, again, thinking at a broader policy perspective and you know, as defended by Mr. Pinniger yesterday.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that part of that strategy was to keep the residential increase below 20%?
That was a consideration, yes.
Okay. When you say affordability, do you mean affordability for the residential class specifically?
No, I mean affordability for all the classes.
Okay,
relative to, what their current rates are.
I see. And so your testimony is that maintaining 95% of the 100 million plus subsidy currently being paid by rate HLF contributes to the affordability of the rate HLF class?
It impacts the final rates to the HLF class. But I would also say that we have looked at, obviously, affordability of current rates, even before this rate case, and we're very competitive, one of the lowest across all the classes, and even after this rate case, as shown by witness Flick, who's testifying here next. He has data to show that the rates for all customers, including industrial, will still be competitive.
If instead of changing the cost of service methodology from what was approved in the last rate case and limiting the reduction of the subsidy excess levels to only 5%, if the commission instead simply reduced the revenue increase sought by Duke enough to offset those factors, is that not an alternative way of achieving the strategic objective of keeping the residential increase below 20%?
That would be a commission objective and a commission decision to decide.
Okay.
We cannot decide that.
Certainly, but it would be an alternative way of achieving that objective, would it not?
By the commission, yes.
Okay.
And we would defer to the commission in that regard, of course.
We all do. Thank you, Ms. Diaz. I have no further questions.
Mr. Boehm with the Kroger Company, any cross?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Nucor Steel, Ms. Becker?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We do have cross, and may we go off record for a moment as we have some exhibits?
Yes, we'll go off the record this time.
Your Honor, before we go back on the record, I'm going to be handing out exhibits that are both highly confidential as well as redacted. I do not intend to ask any questions on the record that would elicit the highly confidential information, but I am going to be handing out those exhibits. Additionally, Duke has agreed to the admission of these exhibits by stipulation to avoid us going in camera and laying the foundation. So I want to give you the heads up in that regard.
Okay, thank you for that information.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we'll go back on the record. Ms. Becker, please proceed.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, Nucor moves for the admission of Nucor exhibits highly confidential 1, 2, and 3, which consists of Duke's confidential data responses to Nucor 3.01, 3.02, and 3.03, and also for the admission of highly confidential exhibits Nucor 4HC, 5HC, 6HC, and Public 7 and 8, which also consists of Duke's data responses to Nucor's highly confidential 3.07, 3.08, 3.11, in Public 3.12, and 3.13, all by stipulation.
Let's go off the record.
I'm sorry, they are cross-examination exhibits.
Let's go back on the record. And just for clarification, it's my understanding Nucor's cross-examination exhibits that you just offered are marked as CX1, CX1HC, CX2HC, CX3HC, CH4HC, CH5HC, and CH6HC, as well as CX7 and 8. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and you said that was by stipulation. Is that by all parties?
We have not discussed this with all parties, but we are presently.
Okay, and that stipulation was with Duke, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, Block, any objection?
Sorry, Your Honor. No objection from Block.
Citizens Action Coalition,
No objection, Your Honor.
City of Westfield,
No objection.
Industrial Group,
No objection.
Kroger,
No objection.
River Ridge Development Authority, River Ridge Property Owners Association, Rolls-Royce,
No objection, Your Honor.
Sierra Club. Sierra Club has no objection. Steel Dynamics is still not present, nor is Wabash Valley Power Association. Walmart,
No objection.
OUCC.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Nucor cross-examination exhibits 1, HC, 2HC, 3HC, 4HC, 5HC, 6HC, and cross-examination exhibits 7 and 8 are admitted into the record without objection. Ms. Becker?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Diaz.
Good morning.
Thank you for your patience as we walk through that. I'm going to ask you a few questions, not as many due to Mr. Richardson's cross of you, so that has certainly abbreviated my time. And I certainly do not want to elicit any type of confidential information. So if you have any concerns, just let us know, because my point is to just stay on the public record the entire time.
And Ms. Becker, be sure you're speaking directly into the microphone, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Diaz, you have testified that you are responsible for presenting the company's retail cost of service study for the purpose of this proceeding, correct? And as part of Duke's retail cost of service study, are the company's operating revenues assigned to the company's retail rate groups under both present and proposed rates?
Yes, they are.
Referring to your direct testimony at page 9, lines 5 through 8.
I'm there.
Okay, there you state that the company is proposing to cap rate increases to 3 lighting groups and then reallocate the excess above the cap to other rate classes. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, without revealing any confidential information, can you share the approximate percentage at which these rate classes were capped?
Those rate classes, I believe, were capped at 30%.
Thank you. And then, according to your testimony, the excess amounts above the cap were then distributed to the remaining rate classes based upon their share of the proposed rate base, correct?
Correct.
Now, did this rate mitigation occur before or after the cost allocation process?
It occurred after the cost allocation process, and it was handled by Witness Flick.
Thank you. You had testified during Mr. Richardson's cross about the 3 FERC tests. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
I heard you say the word close. Did you use the word close?
Yes, I probably did.
Okay. Have you ever heard the expression close only counts with horseshoes and hand grenades?
No, I haven't heard that expression.
But the 3 tests, the load characteristics did not pass any of those 3 tests, correct?
It did not precisely pass those 3 tests.
Turning to your direct testimony at page 31, we are going to return to this concept of affordability, starting around lines 10 through 12. You state, in summary, the company adopted the practical approach of a 12CP demand allocation for production and transmission after the consideration of affordability in this case, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it possible that affordability for specific rate classes could be addressed post-cost allocation?
Yes, it's very possible.
And isn't it in fact the company aims for gradualism of rate classes? Excuse me, strike that. In fact, the company aims for gradualism of rate changes across the classes in its rate cases.
Yes, it does aim for gradualism across all the classes.
Now, I'm going to ask you some specific questions about the company's treatment of Nucor in your cost of service studies in this proceeding, and I do intend to avoid disclosure of any confidential information. You agree that the company removed from its cost of service certain specified revenues that the company categorized as non-jurisdictional, correct?
Yes, we did remove non-jurisdictional revenues from the jurisdictional cost of service study.
And if we turn to your rebuttal testimony on page 9, you agree that the removal of these revenues result in higher rates to Nucor than otherwise would be the case if the revenues had remained within the cost of service study, correct?
If additional revenues would have been included, it would have resulted in lower rates for Nucor and likely some of the other classes.
In fact, on line 14 on page 9, you say mathematically, because lesser Nucor revenues and costs remain subject to the calculations in the cost of service study, the impact of the rate increase reported in the cost of service study is magnified on a percentage basis, correct?
That's correct. Only a small portion now of the Nucor contract is considered jurisdictional. So any changes that are happening, if we're just looking at percentages, are going to be higher because there's less of a base to compare to.
And if these revenues remained in the company's cost of service study, would the company's cost of service study reflect that Nucor is providing a subsidy to the other rate classes?
We did not perform that calculation, so I cannot say for sure.
Also in your rebuttal testimony, I had asked Mr. Pinniger a question, and just for clarity, on top of page 9, Nucor is in its own single rate class, correct?
It is. It is a special contract.
Okay, turning to your rebuttal testimony, starting at page 21, line 6. Isn't it true that with respect to Nucor, the company has included only what it considers to be jurisdictional amounts in the revenue requirement model and the cost of service study?
We have included amounts that are jurisdictional, and the treatment for Nucor of this topic was discussed in the special contract case leading up to this rate case, which ultimately was approved by the commission. So our plans of treating certain revenues as non-jurisdictional was transparently disclosed in that case, and we're following through with it on this rate case.
Well, let's just talk about that briefly. Let's turn to Nucor's cross-examination exhibit 7, which is the public response to Nucor data request 312, of which you are the sponsoring witness.
Yes, I see that.
And that's the testimony you're referencing, correct?
Yes, that is the testimony I'm referencing in cause number 45934.
And Duke's response to that data request specifically states the company's ordering paragraph in cause number 45934 approved the special contract and did not offer a specific finding on the jurisdictional treatment. That's correct.
That is correct as written on here, and then I go on to say that that treatment is better suited for a base rate case proceeding, but then I go on to say, as we have before us, that we're adhering to the planned treatment in that case in 45934.
So the reference to the testimony in 45934 was your testimony in 45934, correct?
Yes, I was a sponsoring witness.
All right. And then you noted summarized in the commission's order, but that's actually the summary of the testimony. That's not the commission's findings and conclusions, is it?
It was in the summary of my description of the testimony.
Thank you. Would you, without revealing any confidential information, would you agree that the rate increase reported in the company's filed confidential cost of service study for Nucor is well above the company's overall approximate 16% proposed rate increase?
I wouldn't, that's a relative term, and it is higher than the 16%, based on certain assumptions. As we know, the Nucor contract substantially changed. A lot of that has gone. It's not being supplied now by Duke Energy Indiana, and has market-based pricing, and so the assumptions around what those market-based pricing amounts are, could be variable. So again, we offered in Roger Flick's testimony an estimate, a bill impact estimate for Nucor to be able to see that and to also manipulate what they thought the market prices were.
I'm glad you brought up Mr. Flick's testimony because I have a brief question about that. In Mr. Flick's testimony in his bill comparisons, for the bill impact for Nucor, he included both the jurisdictional and the non-jurisdictional proportion, correct?
Yes, he did.
But for the purposes of the cost of service study, that jurisdictional portion was not included. Is that correct?
That is correct, because I'm just performing a jurisdictional cost of service study, and Roger Flick is providing bill impacts that would be helpful to Nucor to see the entire picture of jurisdictional and non-jurisdictional.
Turning to your testimony, in your rebuttal testimony on page 24, in the public testimony on page 24, starting at line 8, you state, the monies received from Nucor for their contributions in excess of firm loads are retained by Duke Energy Indiana under the new special contract. Do you see that sentence?
Yes, that's a follow-up to the previous part of the sentence. Yes.
Right, but I didn't ask you about the previous part. I'm just asking you about that sentence. Monies received from Nucor are retained by Duke Energy Indiana under the new contract. What do you mean by the term retained?
It is money that is non-jurisdictional. It is not part of this retail case.
I'm asking about the verb, retained. Do you mean kept?
It's earned by Duke Energy Indiana, and it is not retail dollars subject to this case. Retained, there's revenues. There will be taxes paid on those revenues.
But you're not sharing it with any of the other rate classes in terms of the retail cost of service study. It's money that Duke keeps, puts in its pocket.
It's money. It's Duke Energy revenues that are non-jurisdictional, just like there are other non-jurisdictional revenues and expenses.
But you keep it, correct?
They're not part of this case, which is the subject matter of why we're here today.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
River Ridge Development Authority.
We have no questions for Ms. Diaz, Your Honor.
I guess I should also ask the Property Owners Association and Rolls-Royce as well.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Sierra Club. Walmart,
Very briefly, Your Honor.
please.
Good morning, Ms. Diaz. Barry Nam, representing Walmart. I
Morning.
think most of the ground that I was going to cover has been well-trod, so I think we can forego that. But I did want to ask you a quick clarifying question or two regarding your rebuttal testimony. Could you please turn to page 29? Okay, starting at line 3, you respond to Walmart witness Perry's proposal in the event that the commission were to approve an overall revenue request that is less than what the company has requested. And just to be clear, would you agree with my characterization of Ms. Perry's proposal as being to apply 50% of that reduced revenue to those rate classes in an excess position, assuming no class moves from subsidized to from excess to subsidy, and then to apply the remaining 50% to all classes? Does that sound like a fair characterization?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. And then at line 4 of page 29, you say the reductions could occur in any of the components of the case, and to be accurate, the reduction would be mapped at the regulatory account level. Ms. Diaz, just for clarification, if the commission were to order something similar or what Walmart has proposed in this case, is it your testimony that the company would not be able to map those reductions at the regulatory level?
We would be able to overlay those adjustments to achieve the commission order.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, at line 10, you say aligning rates perfectly with cost-based levels cannot occur with a single rate case, but will continue to evolve over time. Are you referring to aligning rates for all classes perfectly? Is that what your testimony is in that line?
Yeah, that's a general comment that's made that would apply to all classes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but in a rate case, the company could develop a cost of service study that could, for example, move one rate class or two rate classes from an excess position to full cost of service, couldn't it?
Yes, variables can change between cases where the results are,
Okay.
are moving around, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
OUCC,
No questions, Your Honor.
back to you, Mr. Impala with Block.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Washburn, Citizens Action Coalition.
Thank you, Your Honor. We do have a couple following that. Good morning, Ms. Diaz.
Morning.
Would you agree one of the reasons that Duke Energy Indiana proposed switching to the 4CP in the last rate case was because it was obligated to make such a proposal under a prior settlement agreement?
We did have a prior settlement agreement which required us to file a 4CP, and that had the endorsement of the parties, and so it was filed 4CP and 12CP, yes.
And when you say of the parties to that particular settlement agreement?
Yes. Yep.
There was a lot of discussion between the 4CP and 12CP proposals in the case. In December 2022, you're aware that that was when the Winter Storm Elliott occurred, correct?
Correct.
And that will fall within the future test year in this case, correct?
It was used
I'm
as
sorry.
part of the historical allocation factors used.
And so if Duke were to use the 4CP in this case, as proposed by some of the parties, it would use the data from that extraordinary December 2022, is that correct?
That's correct.
With regard to the MISO allocation of transmission costs, Duke uses how MISO allocates those various transmission costs, correct?
Yes, that was one of the arguments put forth to use a 12CP. Yes.
Thank you. And would you agree a portion of the MISO transmission costs are allocated using 12CP?
Yes, they are.
And that MISO does not use 4CP for those?
No, it does not use 4CP.
There was some discussion about the seasonal capacity construct at MISO. Would you agree that if Duke Energy Indiana only procured enough generation capacity to meet its 4CP, that it would not necessarily be sufficient to meet MISO's resource adequacy requirements?
Correct.
Ms. Washburn, I'm sorry, would you repeat your question? I didn't catch it all. Thank you.
Would you agree that if Duke only procured enough generation capacity to meet its 4CP, that it would not necessarily be sufficient to meet MISO's resource adequacy requirements, which now require Duke to meet capacity requirements in each season of the year?
It wouldn't be in concert with what MISO is requiring to have reserves and capacity by each of those seasons and the months and the seasons.
Thank you. Would you agree that using the 4CP cost allocation for transmission and production plant would increase the bill impact for the residential customer?
Yes, it does.
Which, as of now, if you include the anticipated changes to Duke's riders, would be $42 a month for residential.
Well, we don't agree with the $42. The base rate case is $27.
But if you add in the changes to Duke's riders, subject to check, that's okay. We can move on. Would you agree that even under the 12CP, the residential customer class is assigned one of the largest percentage increases of any class?
It is assigned it's a proportionate share of the increase.
But it is one of the largest percentage increases between the classes?
Not completely, no. There are others that are potentially higher, as we discussed on the lighting, that had to be mitigated.
Under the 12CP, is the high load factor service rate class assigned one of the lowest percentage increases of any customer class?
It is assigned a lower increase, again, based on its proportionate share of the cost on the system, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz. No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Duke, do you have any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
We'll go off the record for a few moments. All right, we'll go back on the record. The bench does not have any questions for Ms. Diaz. Duke, call your next witness, please.
Duke Energy Indiana would call Roger Flick.
We'll go off the record as Mr. Flick and Ms. Diaz switch seats. We'll go back on the record. Duke, when you're ready.
Good morning. Can you please state your name and business address for the benefit of the court reporter?
Roger Flick, 1000 East Main Street, Plainfield, Indiana, 46168.
Mr. Flick, I think there's a bunch of paper that's on the table in front of you. I just want to make sure that we see that we have everything there that you need. Do you have up there what the court reporter has marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 7, which consists of your direct testimony?
It actually says Exhibits 48 and 25.
Check the other corner.
Okay. I do.
You also have a copy of what has been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 33 and Exhibit 33C, consisting of your rebuttal testimony and confidential portions of your rebuttal testimony.
I do.
Your Honor, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Impala with Block.
No cross-examination, Your Honor.
Jennifer Washburn with Citizens Action Coalition.
Thank you, Your Honor. CAC has no planned cross-examination, but would like to reserve the right to cross, please.
City of Westfield.
Thank you, Your Honor. No cross-examination.
Duke Industrial Group.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Flick.
Good morning, sir.
My name's Aaron Schmall. I'm representing the Duke Industrial Group. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Before we talk about your testimony in this case, I kind of wanted to go back to Duke's proposed time of use rates and programs in the last rate case.
Okay.
Do you recall that Duke Energy Indiana implemented 2 dynamic pilot rates for residential and small commercial customers in its last rate case?
Generally aware. I did not develop those.
Okay.
Said generally aware, but I did not develop those.
Okay. Thank you. And those pilot rates ran between 2 and 3 years. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And did Duke see much participation on those tariffs?
That's kind of a relative assessment. It was a pilot. I don't think we anticipated broad participation.
You anticipated broad participation, but you ultimately terminated those pilots. Is that correct?
Pilots do terminate, yes.
And do you recall in the last rate case that Duke had also proposed a migration adjustment for those rates?
I'm aware, yes, we did.
Okay. And do you recall if that adjustment was about 2.2 million?
That is the amount it was, but completely different circumstances than we're facing here today.
Okay. Now, in this case, you're proposing new time of use rates that have substantial revisions to what was proposed in the last rate case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you are also expanding the eligibility for those rates beyond rates LLF and HLF to include residential and commercial customers?
I want to be clear on this point. Each of those rates, they do have their own rate, and so it's not like there's one time of use rate each of those can participate on. So there's a TOU RS rate, a TOU CS rate, and a TOU rate for our power rates.
And previously, only LLF and HLF had TOU rates?
Correct.
Okay. So the TOU rates for residential and commercial customers would be new in this case?
Completely new.
Okay. And also with these new TOU rates, Duke is proposing revisions to the TOU periods?
We are.
And those include new on-peak periods?
When you say on-peak periods, the hours were adjusted, yes.
Off-peak periods?
Hours were adjusted, yes.
Discount periods?
That's a completely new attribute of the tariff. That wasn't part of the old design at all.
Okay. Winter periods?
I don't believe there's winter periods.
Is there a new non-winter definition?
Non-winter, yeah.
Okay. Duke is also proposing a change from using Eastern Standard Time to Daylight Savings Time. Is that correct?
That change was made to make participation on the tariff easier for participants, but yes.
Duke is also proposing a new method for determining the duration and pricing of those new TOU periods. Is that correct?
It used a different methodology and tools to develop those periods, which we think is an improvement, but I would agree, yes.
And Duke is also using a cost duration model, or CDM.
That is the tool I referenced.
Okay. And you discussed that in your testimony over 3 pages.
At some length, yes, sir.
And Duke is also proposing a new demand charge structure for the HLF TOU rate and the LLF TOU rate. Is that correct?
3-part, that's correct.
Duke has also calculated separately computed charges for base demand, mid-peak demand, and on-peak demand.
That is the 3 parts of the demand rate.
Okay. With all those revisions, and the addition of rolling time of use rates out to residential and commercial customers for the first time, Duke is projecting a 50% realization based on migration to those new TOU rates. Is that correct?
Could you restate the question? Are you suggesting there will be 50% migration from standard rates to, I'm not sure I understand the question. If you could restate it.
Duke has calculated an impact for migration of customers from existing rates to time of use rates, correct?
We have.
And your migration adjustment to revenues in this case is 50% of that amount. Is that correct?
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you. Yes, we are proposing 50% of the amount that we have calculated of potential migration customers to take advantage of that opportunity. And I think it's important to point out that those are structural savers that would save money by doing nothing other than switching rates.
Do you think, given all the changes that are taking place, that the 50% realization is unrealistic?
I completely believe it's realistic. And the reason I believe that is for some of the reasons I just mentioned. The candidates that we used to develop the potential migration amount were customers that would save money from doing nothing more than electing a different rate. We've made a number of adjustments to the tariff that we believe will be more attractive to potential participants, such as shortening the on-peak period, going to Eastern Standard Daylight Savings Time, being more consistent with the on-peak period around the year. We think that'll be favorably received.
But you thought that in the last case too, did you not?
I didn't develop the rates in the last case. I can't say what we thought.
Well, Duke proposed time of use rates in the last rate case and proposed a migration adjustment there, correct?
I think we need to talk about the time of use rates here. We did not propose traditional time of use rates. It was a pilot, critical peak pricing, variable peak pricing, completely different items altogether.
And in this case, Duke is proposing, instead of a $2.2 million migration adjustment, a $16.3 million migration adjustment. Is that correct?
That amount's correct, and it's directly attributable to adding more pricing options to our customers. We've offered time of use rates to hundreds of thousands of customers.
So just to recap, in the last rate case, Duke had proposed a migration adjustment of 2.2 million for time of use rates. And those rates were ultimately canceled, correct?
Could you restate that?
Yeah. In the last rate case, as we discussed, Duke had proposed time of use rates, which were ultimately canceled, correct?
I would call them dynamic pricing pilots, but they ultimately ran their course, a
Okay.
3-year period, and they were not continued.
And Duke had made a $2.2 million adjustment to revenues for those projects, or for those,
Had nothing to do with the dynamic pilots.
but Duke did have a $2.2 million migration adjustment,
It
correct?
did.
Okay. But because those programs were canceled, did Duke actually realize the lost revenues?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the characterization of the question. The witnesses twice said they were not canceled.
Mr. Small?
I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
Thank you.
When those pilot projects ran their course, did Duke make any change to its base rates to return the $2.2 million that it was collecting for lost revenues?
It was a pilot. I'm not sure what was done. I did not create those rates, and I'm not aware of any subsequent adjustment.
Okay, thank you. I want to turn to the grandfathered time of use rate. Are you familiar with that?
I believe I call them legacy rates.
Okay. Do you recall that in the last case, Duke had opposed continuing the legacy rates for the one HLF customer that's on that legacy rate?
I think we proposed continuing them for any of the existing customers that were on those rates at that time.
Was that in rebuttal?
I don't recall. I did
Okay.
not testify to that in the last case.
I guess subject to check, if I said the Duke's initial position was to eliminate the legacy time of use rate and in rebuttal agreed to continue the legacy time of use rate, would you have any issue with that?
I have no basis to affirm or deny that.
But in this case, Duke is proposing again to eliminate the legacy time of use rate?
For reasons I laid out in testimony, the existing rates clearly, after use of our new model, showed the price signals currently being provided are poor.
But the customer that is on the legacy time of use rate is in the HLF class, is that correct?
I believe there's 3 customers.
Okay, are they all HLF?
I believe one might be LLF.
Okay. With respect to the HLF customers, do you agree that you've been in the hearing room the last 2 days?
I have not been in the hearing room the last 2 days. I've been here today.
Okay. Did you recall the testimony from witness Diaz that rate HLF is paying a $110 million subsidy?
I heard her say that, yes.
Okay. So you're eliminating a time of use rate for a customer in a class that's already paying a subsidy, is that correct?
I can attest to what we're doing with the time of use rates and heard witness Diaz's testimony.
Do Do you agree that the time of use rates that you're proposing here feature material modifications that will be difficult for customers to evaluate and understand?
I think the whole intent of many of the adjustments was to make them easier to participate on, but there are adjustments.
Do you think grandfathering the existing legacy rates is important to protect the established course of dealings?
Repeat that, please.
Yes. Do you believe that grandfathering the existing legacy rates is important to protect the established course of dealings that those customers have experienced with those rates?
I mean, certainly that's a consideration that we considered when, we're assessing these two things. Obviously, we put considerable weight on the fact that the price signals are poor and could result in additional cost for all of the ratepayers. And so, we chose to propose to terminate those.
Do you know how long those customers have been on the legacy time of use rates?
I do not.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Flick. Nothing further at this time.
Mr. Bain with the Kroger Company.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Flick.
Good morning, sir.
I want to pick up kind of where Mr. Schmall was some of your discussion with Mr. Schmall about the migration revenue adjustment. And forgive me if we're kind of retreading the same ground. I'll try to make this very brief. But on page 7 of your, page 9 of your direct testimony, you explain the process for calculating, how you calculated your revenue adjustment increase.
You're in my direct?
Yes.
Yes.
And the way that I read this is that Duke calculated the hypothetical savings of if every customer that is on a rate where they could save money by moving to a different rate, that's the $32.5 million, is that correct?
I don't view it as hypothetical at all. We used live data, real data from our customers.
Is Duke going to automatically move these customers to the better rate?
The choice of rate is the customer's choice to make. They elect that.
So the customer has to proactively select this better rate, correct?
I think in many cases, such as with Kroger, you probably have an account exec that will bring that to your attention, but the choice is yours.
Would you say that that's this case with all customers of Duke, Indiana? They have account.
I would not.
Thank you. And then, according to your testimony, Duke is assuming that 50% of these customers that could save money by being on a different rate will do that for revenue requirement purposes. Is that correct?
No, we got to be real clear about what that 50% represents. There could be more than that. That's not all parties that could save money. What we've done is we have used existing service characteristics of all of our customers, evaluated all their rate options, and the ones that could save money subject to thresholds, minimum percentage savings. For like residential, it's 10%, $30 in absolute terms. We use different thresholds for CNI. I think it's 5%.
You reviewed the direct testimony.
Your Honor, I would ask that he not interrupt the witness while he's answering.
My apologies. That wasn't my intention.
Okay, Mr. Flick, if you haven't finished answering, please do so.
All right, please. So I was just talking about the thresholds it's subject to. And so it's current consumption statistics applied to proposed rate amounts, and it's 50% of those customers. There could be people that save less that migrate. And so that's the way that amount was derived.
But I'm not sure that was responsive to my question. My question was, you're assuming that for revenue requirement purposes, you're assuming that 50% of customers will proactively switch, correct?
I designed my rates based on an amount that, when you say revenue requirement, that gives me pause. That was the rate design target, the revenue by class, yes.
Duke is going to raise their rates. Your proposal is that Duke be allowed to raise their rates by 50% of your projected, of the projected savings that customers could realize if they switch to a better rate, correct?
No. The way I would characterize that is Duke is set a revenue requirement, and it reasonably anticipates customers to switch rates. To hit that revenue target, it's an adjustment that has to be made.
Thank you. Have you reviewed OUCC witness Mr. Hanks' direct testimony?
I've read it. It's been some time.
You responded to it in your rebuttal testimony, correct?
I did. I had a Q&A. Would you mind pointing me to where you're at exactly?
Yeah, I'm on page 7 of Mr. Hanks' direct testimony.
My rebuttal, correct?
No, I'm referring you to Mr. Hanks' testimony.
I don't have that in front of me.
I know you're familiar with this. If you don't mind, I'll just read you one line from his testimony. This is page 7, lines 17 and 18. The question is, what was the FSO pilot program's enrollment rates? I believe you were discussing that with Mr. Schmall, correct?
We certainly were.
And the answer is, between September and December of 2020, Duke solicited participation both through email and postal mail. The rates at which customers enrolled in the FSO pilot are shown in Table 1. In that Table 1, it indicates that less than 1% of these customers switched. Is that correct?
I don't have his testimony. I have no reason to doubt it sounds approximately right. Again, I think it's important to recognize the key differences and distinctions between variable peak pricing programs, critical peak pricing programs, and the standard TOU pricing we're talking about here.
You also responded to some data requests from the OUCC, correct?
A number of them, yes.
And turning back to page 9 of your direct testimony, and I'm just going to read you 2 lines. Beginning on line 13, the company calculated $32.5 million of potential customer savings from rate mitigation. The company's experience suggests that even with awareness of bill savings opportunities, some customers will not change rates. OUCC request 2.1.
Yes, sir.
And I apologize, I don't have that in front of me, but it's very short, I can read it. The OUCC essentially asked you to elaborate on what the company's experiences with switching is that led you to believe that 50% is the correct number. OUCC, their question was, please provide documentation of supporting the, quote, company's experience in this reference. And your response was, objection, Duke Energy in Indiana objects to this request as not reasonably calculated to lead to admissible evidence. Mr. Flick and other customer-facing employees are generally aware that customers do not always change rates even when bill savings are possible. Do you recall this response?
Generally. I would like to read it.
Would you agree that this response, one could read this response as Duke being given the opportunity of elaborating on how you arrived at the 50% and declining to do so?
I think I went to some length in testimony of explaining how we derived them out, and I'd just be clear that the objections are not made by me. Those are a reference of legal counsel.
Thank you. If the commission approves a rate increase and rate designs that are different than what was in Duke's filed case, that will affect Duke's calculation of potential savings from switching to more favorable customer, or to more favorable rate schedules, correct?
I think if the commission ordered a different approved revenue requirement, it could change the calculus some.
Is Duke factor that into its proposal with respect to the rate migration proposal?
We did not speculate as to what the commission might ultimately do in this rate proceeding.
Would you imagine that if, let's say, the commission reduced the Duke's revenue request and they changed certain aspects of the rate designs based on what other parties have proposed, would you think it would be reasonable for Duke to recalculate the migration adjustment?
We'll defer to the commission's judgment on that. I won't speculate.
Thank you. Now, of the $32.5 million of projected savings from switching, $4.8 million of these potential lost revenues are projected to come from customers migrating from HLF secondary to LLF, correct?
Are you working from one of my exhibits or my RAF 20 work paper?
The RAF 20 work paper at the top right, or sorry, top left.
I don't have that in front of me, and I did not memorize the amounts.
Would you accept, subject to check, that that's what your RAF 20 work paper indicates?
I mean, there were a lot of numbers on there. I'd like to see it.
Your Honor, I apologize. I didn't print out his RAF work paper. I do have it here. If, I think I have 2 copies. I could hand one to the witness.
That'd be fine. We'll go off the record while you do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize that work paper?
Hey, we'll go back on the record.
Oh, sorry. Do you recognize that work paper?
I do.
And would you agree that 4.741 million is attributable to your projection that customers would move from HLF to LLF?
That looks right.
And then also 57,000, a little over 57,000 would be attributable to customers moving from HLF to a new time of use rate schedule?
Are you talking dollars or number of participants?
I think that's dollars, the 57,000.
Sorry, this is very small. I can't. What line are you on?
It's actually circled on your page.
Okay. Yes.
And so your proposal would be to assume that 50% of these, the 4.7 and 50% of the 57,000 would be realized, and that would be a part of the migration adjustment?
Correct.
Do you agree that assigning a migration adjustment to a particular rate class will increase the revenue target for that class relative to what the revenue target would be without the adjustment?
Again, I think the commission will approve a revenue target, and without the adjustment, the company won't be able to achieve that revenue target.
Let me rephrase that sort of in the form of a hypothetical. If you have an HLF rate and an LLF rate, and there's a revenue target and there's no migration adjustment, that's sort of in one column. The other column is if you have the same 2 rates and Duke assigns the migration adjustment to only the HLF class, would you agree that that would increase the amount of migration from HLF to LLF, all else being equal?
I think absent pricing choices, the adjustment would be unnecessary. Otherwise, I would revert to my answer before, which is that I think it's reasonably necessary to achieve the revenue requirement.
If there's two rate schedules and one of them is made more expensive by assigning a migration adjustment to that rate schedule, wouldn't that increase the amount of migration out of that rate schedule to a different schedule, all else being equal?
I think the rates were designed on a revenue target that included the determinants from the customers that will migrate. It's a revenue adjustment.
Your Honor, I don't think he's being responsive to my question. I'm asking him hypothetically, if there are two rate schedules, one is made more expensive, wouldn't that increase the potential migration out of that rate schedule?
Duke, do you have a response?
I think he's trying to respond to the question. It may be that the question is not understood or that they are not communicating, but he's certainly trying to answer the question.
All right, Mr. Boehm, if you would restate your question. Mr. Flick, if you don't understand the question, let Mr. Boehm know and he will rephrase it for you. When you do respond, please respond as directly as possible. Thank you, sir.
Certainly.
I'll try it one more way. If a migration adjustment to HLF secondary increases the revenue target, would you agree that will cause more customers to migrate away from HLF secondary relative to the migration that would otherwise occur absent the migration adjustment?
I think it's added back to that class, yes.
So are you agreeing with that statement?
I think we're talking past each other here is that the revenue target is set. We don't achieve that revenue target if migration occurs. It adds back to get to the revenue target.
I'm not asking about whether or not you're achieving the revenue target. I'm asking about whether migration would be increased.
Versus a scenario in which you didn't add it back?
Yeah. Yes, two scenarios. One, there's no migration adjustment. The second scenario, there is a migration adjustment that's imposed on HLF but not LLF. Would migration increase to LLF in that situation relative to the first situation with no migration adjustment?
In that scenario, possibly, but that's not the scenario we've dealt with the last case or in this proposal. No migration. We have migration.
Thank you, Mr. Flick. Those are all the questions I have.
Newcourt Steele?
No questions, Your Honor.
River Ridge Development Authority, Property Owners Association, Rolls-Royce.
No questions, Your Honor.
Sierra Club? Sierra Club has no questions. Steel Dynamics isn't present. Wabash Valley's not present. Walmart?
No questions, Your Honor.
OUCC?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, there are no questions from the bench, sir. You're excused from the witness stand. Duke, who's your next witness?
Duke is going to be calling Mr. Bill Luke to the stand next.
All right, Mr. Luke, when the stand is available, please have a seat. We'll go off the record.
Hey, Lauren, do I leave these here?
Mr. Bain back? Okay. Anybody know where Mr. Bain is? With Kroger? Yeah.
I'm sorry, who? Oh, I don't know where he is, I'm sorry.
There he is. Okay.
I didn't know who you were referring to at first.
All right, before we go back on the record, I just want to notice 10:45 is still my plan to stick with taking a break at 11 o'clock. Obviously, there'll be enough time, I would presume, to lay your foundation and introductory remarks. Does anyone have cross? It's going to take about 10 minutes that we can wedge in before our next break. If not, we'll just start going down the line. We'll just stop with the first one. Okay, let's do that. All right, we'll go on the record. Duke, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Duke calls as its next witness, Mr. Bill Luke. Good morning, Mr. Luke.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and business address for the record?
William Luke, I'm the Vice President of Midwest Generation for Duke Energy, 1000 East Main Street, Plainfield, Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Luke. Do you have before you what's been marked for identification purposes as Petitioner's Exhibit 17, and that would be your direct testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Do you also have before you what's been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 40, your rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Luke. At this time, Mr. Luke's available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Impala with Block. Okay, Block has no cross. Citizens Action Coalition.
Thank you, Your Honor. As an initial matter, Your Honor, I did provide Ms. Hennigan a stack of the public data request responses. I haven't given her much of a chance to review those, but I'm happy to go ahead and mark those and lay the foundation, or we could stipulate to that, but I can leave that till the end. I just wanted to flag that for Ms. Hennigan before we start.
Very well, please proceed with your cross.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Luke.
Good morning, Ms. Washburn. How are you?
Good, thank you. I'd like to ask you some questions about your rebuttal testimony, please. Petitioner's Exhibit 40. If you could please turn to page 6, line 7.
Page 6, line 7, I'm there.
Yes, thank you. You state that the 2023 equivalent forced outage rate on Duke coal units decreased by 48% for the period average. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you happen to have that type of figure or estimate for 2024?
Yes, so in 2023, Duke Energy Indiana, our equivalent forced outage rate was approximately 8%, and then we continue to have a downward trend on our equivalent availability, which is good. Lower is better. And as we sit month-end July of this year, we are currently at 6.47 E4, which is approximately 1/2 of the industry average. In terms of percentage, I don't know what that figure would be in percentage, but it would be greater than 50%.
Thank you, Mr. Luke. On page 6, line 15 of your rebuttal testimony, you refer to the mission of the coal units. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
In particular, you say, as the mission of the coal units is changing. What does that mean?
In my rebuttal testimony, I speak to, actually my direct testimony and rebuttal, there's some conversation around capacity factor of the coal units and then service factor as well. So we're starting to see the influence of some of the some of the intermittent resources coming in is changing how our coal units operate. Where in the past, we would have higher capacity factors. Now we're seeing somewhat lower capacity factors, but higher service hours because the coal units are still needed to operate, but throughout any given day, they're not operating at as high a capacity factor during the day because there may be other intermittent resources accounting for that throughout the day. So when I mentioned the mission, it was referring to the coal fleet is actually a way to look at it even more important today than it has been in the past. We see service hours going up even though capacity factors are going down. So I think there's this misconception that because the capacity factors are going down, that the coal fleet is not providing as much value, and that is not correct.
So are you saying that the renewable resources are, the intermittent resources are displacing some of the coal unit use?
At times, yes.
On page 8, lines 4 through 6 in your rebuttal,
Okay.
you reference other planned maintenance over the next couple of years on several of your coal generating units. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to walk through some of the individual units, please. When and what, to the extent you know, are the major maintenance events planned over the next 3 years for Cayuga Unit 1?
Cayuga Unit 1?
Yes.
You referenced lines 4 through 6, which is Cayuga Unit 2, but your question is regarding Cayuga Unit 1.
Correct.
So I don't have the specific project list in front of me, but we do revisit twice a year. We revisit our project and our investment strategy on our assets. Regarding Cayuga Unit 1, there would be typical capital maintenance and O&M maintenance that I would expect to be performed on that asset, which would include balance of plant activities, boiler work. In terms of the major activity performed on Cayuga Unit 1, we have this year we have a superheater platen replacement project scheduled for this fall. That's probably the largest project we have in the near future on Cayuga Unit 1.
Could you say that term again?
It's a component, it's a pressure component within the boiler, and it's a superheater platen, P-L-A-T-E-N.
Thank you. Same question, please, for the next 3 years for Gibson Unit 1.
Gibson Unit 1, I'm not off the top of my head. It's going to be difficult for me to differentiate in terms of what major projects are being performed on each of those units. I do, in my testimony, speak to some of the larger projects.
Fair enough. Thank you. How about Gibson Unit 2?
It'd be the same response for all.
And Gibson Unit 3?
Correct.
And 4 and 5? Okay, thank you. What about the major maintenance events planned over the next 3 years for Edwardsport?
Well, Edwardsport, we just performed hot gas, what we call hot gas path inspections on both combustion turbines 1 and 2. Next year, we have general gasification outage planned. I believe we have gasification work planned for 2026 at this point, but there's no major maintenance planned on the gas turbines or the steam turbines within the next 3 years.
So you have major gasification work, you believe, in 2025 and 2026? Did I capture that correctly?
I believe when I use the term major, we have maintenance activities that are going to take place every year on the major components. In regards to when I expect the next major gasification outage to occur, that's still in development, but that will be in the 2026, 27 timeframe.
Okay, thank you. At page 8, lines 18 and 19,
Okay.
you say we must balance reliability with remaining useful life in relation to the coal generating units. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Are you arguing that every generating unit should be used for its full possible useful lifespan, regardless of the maintenance cost required to keep it alive?
Well, I think when we think about a lot of the discussions right now on resource adequacy, and we've seen just this summer, right, when MISO communicated the potential, I believe it was 2.7 gigawatts of potential shortfall in resource adequacy in the next planning period, 2025 and 2026. I think it's important to recognize, which is meant here, that every one of our existing assets, we need to make sure that we maintain reliability on those assets. I mean, as we saw this week, every one of our generating assets in Duke Energy Indiana was running to meet the load demand earlier this week on Monday and Tuesday. And a big reason for that is a lot of your intermittent resources. For example, MISO has about 28,000 megawatts of wind power. Through the peak, less than 5,000 megawatts were being generated by that wind. So a 91-degree day here in Indiana, and we had max gen alerts on MISO. That's not very hot for the Midwest, 91 degrees. So if we had not been maintaining all of our assets, not selecting just a few, but if we had not been maintaining all our assets to make sure that we could maintain that reliability, we would not have been able to serve the load.
Are you saying then that you're using your coal units as peaker plants, essentially?
No.
So when you're talking about the MISO, the 91-degree day, do you know if those units were they all economic?
I wouldn't know that answer. That'd be a better question for witness Suez.
At page, I'll pause for actually 1 second. Strike that, please. Are you aware that we do have other, strike that. At page 19, lines 6 and 7, please.
Are we still in rebuttal?
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, page 19.
Yes, lines 6 and 7.
6 and 7, okay.
Yes, please. You said that Duke can use natural gas as a secondary fuel to operate combustion turbines when the gasifiers are undergoing planned maintenance in reference to Edwardsport. Do you see that?
Yes.
If Duke decided to run Edwardsport full-time on natural gas, the gasifiers wouldn't be needed, correct?
I'm not sure how to respond to that. The gasifiers wouldn't be needed if we, could you
Ran
rephrase
full-
that?
If you were just running the plant on natural gas rather than also syngas, the gasification equipment wouldn't be needed, correct?
Well, I think as we heard from Mr. Pinniger yesterday, we do not have any plans right now to shut down the gasifiers, nor would the timing be right for that. Now is just not the time. So that's not something that I'm considering at this time. There's just too much value being offered by the Edwardsport facility in regards to its fuel flexibility, reliability, and what it adds to grid stability as well, which I believe are key components of the 5 pillars.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to strike that testimony. I asked a simple yes or no question.
Duke, any response?
I believe Mr. Luke was trying to answer the question to the best of his ability.
Your Honor, I believe that, may I respond?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, Duke counsel is very able to perform redirect, and I would like to just move through and have my yes or no questions answered yes, no, or if he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
Yeah, the answer was non-responsive is stricken. Ms. Washburn, please re-ask the question, and sir, please answer the question directly. Ms. Washburn, also note that we're hit 11 o'clock, so at a convenient point in time, let's take a 15-minute break promptly.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will just re-ask that question, and we can pause there. Mr. Luke, if Duke decided to run Edwardsport full-time on natural gas, the gasifiers would not be needed, correct?
Edwardsport's primary fuel is syngas. Backup fuel is natural gas. If there was a full conversion to natural gas, then you're correct, the gasifiers would not be needed.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Your Honor. I think now would be a good time for a break.
Thank you, counsel. The time is 11 o'clock. We'll take a 15-minute break till 11:15. Thank you, counsel. We'll go off the record. All right, Ms. Washburn, please continue your cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Luke, could you please turn to page 20, lines 4 through 7 in your rebuttal testimony?
I'm sorry, page 20.
Lines 4 through 7.
Okay, I'm there.
You wrote that converting Edwardsport to utilize only natural gas or laying up the gasification island until needed would subject the station to significant operational risks. Do you see that?
Yes.
What risks are you talking about exactly?
There are, I guess, several factors to consider when doing a permanent shutdown of the gasification system or laying it up for an extended period of time. The factors related to fuel flexibility and resource adequacy, I'll leave that to company witness Suez or Verderami to address. But we know that, again, as Mr. Pinniger indicated yesterday, Edwardsport provides a lot of value to our customers. In regards to operational risk going beyond what I just mentioned, if we put the gasifiers in, I'll call it an extended layup, couple things. One, besides the loss of generation just by not running the gasifiers, we have to run an ASU, I think, let me explain that for a second. Air separation unit, there are 2 at Edwardsport, and folks may or may not be aware, that's where the majority of the auxiliary load comes from at Edwardsport, about 75, 80 megawatts of auxiliary load to run those air separation units. They also generate nitrogen, which is a key component that is needed when the gasifiers are not in service or in layup or in an extended shutdown. That aux load to do that is approximately 50 megawatts. So you wouldn't need to run both ASUs, but you would need to run one of them at partial load. So now that's an additional 50 megawatts that is lost on top of the lost generation just by not running the gasifier. So you start getting into an area where you're in excess of 100 megawatts that would no longer be available. Again, getting back to resource adequacy, now's not the time where we'd want to take any additional megawatts off the grid. The other thing is that once the gasification process is shut down, it takes a minimum of 14 days to start that system back up and have it available. So I'll go back to this week again. We did not have 2 weeks advance notice that we were going to have MISO generation alerts or max generation alerts. If we were in that scenario, we would not be able to make those megawatts available and be able to return gasification to service. So that's another factor there as well. We also have on the what I'll call coal slurry, which is unique to Edwardsport. You have to drain that process, drain the slurry agitator tanks. I'm probably getting more detail than I need to, but there's many different aspects within the Edwardsport gasification process that would need to be considered if any of that was to take place. Other factors would be the very talented, I would say, and unique personnel that we have at Edwardsport. It's extremely important that we do not lose any operational proficiency with that team at Edwardsport. It's a very complex, unique facility. It is what's called an OSHA PSM site, Process Safety Management. So there's other aspects under that program that govern certain compliance tests that need to occur, and that's whether the gasification system is running or not. So these are some of the other, when I spoke to operational risks, these are just some of the aspects that we would have to consider if we were looking at even just I'll call it a extended shutdown or periodic shutdown of the gasification system.
Should customers be required to pay for Edwardsport no matter the cost?
I think you have to go back and look at the total value of Edwardsport.
So in that regard, you're aware that it's uneconomically committed frequently in the must-run category.
Again, I think that's something that would be better suited for Mr. Company Witness Suez or Bertarami to respond to.
Are any of the risks you just stated inherent to any natural gas-fired plant?
No, not the risks I just mentioned.
None of them.
No, but a natural gas plant doesn't have the flexibility and the operational resiliency that Edwardsport has.
At page 20, line 7, you suggested that converting Edwardsport to use only natural gas, and to your prior testimony just now, or laying up the gasification island until needed would result in the underutilization of an essential asset. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does that imply you think there is an optimal level of utilization?
I think we are right now, today, operating Edwardsport Station in the most efficient manner.
So it won't get better than it is now?
I expect we'll continue to learn, get more efficient. Since the last rate case, the base O&M cost at Edwardsport has gone down 10%. And that's with improved reliability, where we have seen record runs at the facility. We've seen gasifier availability of over 82% in 2022. That's a record. We saw 363 days of continuous generation to the grid from Edwardsport. We saw 713 days of net positive generation that ended last year from Edwardsport. I cannot do that with any other facility within Duke Energy Indiana's asset portfolio.
Well,
only Edwardsport
Sir,
has that.
Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness be instructed to answer my questions. I've given him a lot of leeway, and he's providing a lot more narrative than's necessary. He's redirecting himself, and I think that we should leave that to Duke's capable counsel.
Mr. Luke, be sure you're answering the question directly. Thank you, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
The in-service date for Edwardsport was in 2013, correct?
Correct.
So it has been in service now for 11 years, correct?
That's correct.
Consumer parties have been concerned about the cost and the operational characteristics of this plant during that entirety and prior to that during the CPCN. So you're aware of that?
Yes, I am.
At page 21, lines 11 through 15, you said that if Edwardsport runs for some period of time on natural gas, the gasifier systems and supporting systems would be sitting in standby. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is standby?
That's what I referred to earlier in terms of we would have to shut down what we call inert, those gasification systems, clear them of all oxygen and potential, I'll call it corrosive environment to those systems, going back to my comments regarding having to keep those systems purged on nitrogen. So that would be a large component of that. When we say layup or in a standby, that's the type of configuration the process would need to be in.
Thank you. You also said at lines 15 and 16 that the gasifiers in standby would use substantial auxiliary power while the unit runs on natural gas. Do you know, I believe you stated this earlier, but what was the auxiliary, how much of that power?
It's about 50 megawatts.
Is it the case today when Edwardsport runs on natural gas that the gasifiers are on standby?
Yes, to the extent of whether or not we're doing outage work, because oftentimes when we're burning natural gas, it is because we are performing gasification type maintenance activities, hence having to run on natural gas versus coal.
Is it the case today when Edwardsport runs on natural gas that the gasifiers are using substantial auxiliary power?
Can you ask the question again, please?
Sure. Is it the case today when Edwardsport runs on natural gas that the gasifiers are using substantial auxiliary power?
It'd be similar to what I stated earlier. We would have to keep those systems.
Flipping ahead to page 26, lines 7 through 9, please.
Okay.
You said that cycling the gasifiers off for short periods of time, such as over the weekend, would decrease the efficiency of the plant through continued use of gasification auxiliary power, as well as impart significant thermal stresses that cause equipment wear and tear and increased maintenance costs. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is all that happening today when you stop running Edwardsport on coal and instead run it on natural gas?
I believe here in my rebuttal testimony, I'm speaking to cycling the gasifiers off for short periods of time, which is if we were to do that repeatedly, the gasifiers in those systems are not designed to be cycled. A simple cycle CT, for example, is designed for quick starts, short operating periods, being shut down. Large coal assets and facilities like Edwardsport are not designed to cycle. So that would add to the maintenance requirements. It would impact reliability as well. So cycling the gasifiers is something we try to avoid.
But now, when you're cycling them off for short periods, at least with the evidence that we have and the data we have now, it's not decreasing the efficiency of the plant, correct?
Well, we don't cycle them that often. We cycle them off for very specific reasons.
Well, your testimony says cycling the gasifiers off for short periods of time.
Right, I'm indicating that if we were to do that repeatedly, that we would see the ill effects of cycling the gasifier and associated equipment.
At page 28, line 12, you said that it's not particularly helpful in this context to compare IGCC O&M costs to that of other generating technologies like pulverized coal, natural gas combined cycle, and natural gas simple cycle. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Isn't it true that energy from an IGCC gets commingled together from energy from a coal-fired or natural gas-fired generator when it comes to meeting customer energy needs?
Yeah, the intent of that comment in my rebuttal is Edwardsport IGCC was designed and approved through the CPCN process, right, as a IGCC facility under the New Source Performance Standard to burn solid fuel coal as the primary fuel and natural gas as the backup. IGCC facility inherently is going to have higher costs than, say, a simple cycle site or maybe a hydro plant in terms of ongoing O&M costs. A combined cycle facility would require more resources than a simple cycle plant. Conventional coal plant would require more cost than would be typical for a single power block combined cycle plant. Hence, an IGCC, inherently by the nature of what it is, a combination of coal, combined cycle, and gasification, is inherently going to cost more money. So I can't sit here and tell you I would expect the cost to be less. We knew when we went in, when we built Edwardsport, what it was, and that's still what it is today. So I am not surprised that the cost to operate and maintain Edwardsport is higher than a simple cycle CT or a single combined cycle.
So Duke, you're saying that Duke is very well aware that when it proposed the IGCC plant for construction, that it was going to be very expensive for ratepayers?
Again, let's think why it was built. It was built for fuel flexibility, which it has proven itself time and time again to add value to customers. It was built to utilize an abundant, local, and stable fuel source in coal that sits 10 miles away from the facility, which has proven to add value to customers as well. So when you think of Edwardsport's overall value, you can't just single out one component or say, didn't you know about the cost? Due to the nature of Edwardsport, there was a lot of discussion yesterday, I believe, around coal ash and CCR. So think how much the customers have benefited in avoided cost, since Edwardsport, that burns coal, does not bear any burden in regards to CCR cost, which is a pretty large cost. So that's something that I think we always have to look at the overall value that Edwardsport brings to the customers here in Indiana, not just simply call out the cost to operate it.
Your Honor, could I please have my question read back and ask that the witness answer in a yes or no form?
Ms. Rebel, if you reread the question, please.
Could you please
I
answer?
object to that as a yes or no question, Your Honor. I believe it could elicit some additional explanation from Mr. Luke in order to answer.
Ms. Washburn?
I think that this is a very valid question for a yes or no response. If Duke knew that it was going to be an expensive resource for ratepayers, that's a yes or no question. He's provided substantial narrative on his rationale and his thoughts on the value of the plant.
I think given the phrasing of the question, the answer was responsive. Please move to your next question.
Yes, Your Honor. At page 31 of your rebuttal, lines 8 and 9, you referred to the idea of safely maintaining the gasification systems in a shutdown state after Duke hypothetically decided to run Edwardsport on only natural gas. Do you see that?
Page 31, I'm sorry, what lines?
Sure, lines 8 and 9.
Okay. Could you rephrase your question?
Sure. So first, do you see the testimony there on lines 8 and 9 that refer to the idea of safely maintaining the gasification systems in a shutdown state after Duke hypothetically decided to run Edwardsport on only natural gas?
Yes.
Why would Duke need to maintain the gasification systems in that scenario?
Looking at the context of the question, it's unclear to me whether or not we're referring to permanent shutdown of the gasifiers or, again, getting back to extended shutdown of the gasifier. I believe that's what I'm referring to here, or that was my intent, as I stated earlier. With the gasifiers, even in a standby condition, because of the facility being an OSHA process safety management facility, there are compliance requirements in regards to having to continue to do inspections, testing, preventative maintenance on these systems. There are what we call safety systems associated with the Edwardsport gasification process. So again, if the system is in service or in standby, we still have to perform these compliance inspections.
And if it was in shutdown state in terms of, if Edwardsport was only running on natural gas in an extended state and a permanent state, you would need to maintain the gasification systems, correct?
In an extended state, yes, we would.
Sorry, and permanently, if you were to permanently switch to natural gas, you would not need to maintain the gasification system.
If we permanently retired the gasifiers, that's correct.
Thank you. At page 36, lines 2 and 3. You said that current identified investment in Gibson Unit 5 through the 2025 test year is prudent and necessary, even if the units would retire earlier than 2030. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
What if Gibson 5 retired in 2025? Would each piece of identified test year investment in Gibson 5 still be necessary in the 2025 test year?
So when I think about our IRP process, we have input to our integrated resource plan process where we inform that group when we expect to make large investments to maintain the ongoing reliability of the assets. They inform us through the IRP modeling when the projected retirement dates are, and then we feed that information back into our project planning, back into our investment plan. So when I think about Gibson Unit 5, which had previously had a retirement date of 2026, we had certain things that, to your point, did not need to be in the plan because we were shutting it down in 2026. Once that was projected out to the 2029, 2030 timeframe, it became clear that there were certain projects that we had removed from the project plan that would now need to be executed in order to maintain that asset's reliability through the end of its now new projected retirement date.
Okay. So if it retired in 2025, there would be test year investment that would no longer be necessary, right?
That's fair.
Okay, thank you. Could you please look at CAC CX3? That should be in front of you there. It's a
Yes.
stack of data request responses.
Yes, I have it.
The first page is CAC, your Duke's response to CAC 1712. This is in reference to your rebuttal testimony. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you are the sponsoring witness and have seen this response?
Yes.
Okay. Same question for 1714.
Yes, I have it.
And this is your response, you've seen this?
Yes.
Great. And same question for 1715. This is your response. You've seen this response by Duke?
Yes, I have.
And 1725, you've seen this as well on the service factor data?
Yes, I have.
And 1727, this is also your response. You're the sponsoring witness.
That's correct.
And then for 1728, this is in reference to your rebuttal. Have you seen this response?
Yes.
Okay. In 1731, this is referencing your rebuttal testimony. Have you seen this response?
Yes.
And same question for the last one here, 1732. This is your response.
That's correct.
At this time, I'd move into the record what's been marked as CAC CX3, please.
Duke, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Black? Mr. City of Westfield?
No objection.
Duke Industrial Group?
No objection, Your Honor.
Burger Company?
No objection, Your Honor.
Nucor?
No objection, Your Honor.
River Ridge Development Authority, River Ridge Property Owners Association, Rolls-Royce?
No objection, Your Honor.
Sierra Club? I beg your pardon?
No objection.
Steel Dynamics isn't present, nor is Wabash Valley. Walmart?
No objection.
OUCC?
No objection, Your Honor.
CEC cross-examination Exhibit 3 is admitted into the record without objection. Ms. Washburn?
Thank you, Your Honor. To your earlier testimony, such as your 50 to 100 megawatts of lost capacity, that assumes non-retirement of the gasifiers. Is that correct? We were walking through some of the issues with if Edwardsport were to run on gas. That was assuming non-retirement of the gasifiers.
Yeah, it assumes the gasifiers would still be available.
So when you're talking about a 50 to 100 megawatt of lost capacity, that is assuming the gasifiers are still available, correct? They're not retired.
Well, there's a couple things here. The gasifiers provide generation capacity. So if we were to retire the gasifiers today, there would be approximately, depending on the season, 40 to 100 megawatts of lost capacity coming from the Edwardsport facility. If the gasifiers were still in service and we had them in a standby condition, there would be an additional 50 megawatts of lost generation capability because of the effect of the auxiliary load to maintain the gasifier. So now the load impact is greater when the gasifiers are in a standby state, but there is still a loss of capacity if the gasifiers are retired.
Could you please turn to what's been marked as CAC CX4C? It's a confidential document.
Yes, I have it in front of me.
I want to first note that this is not a stipulation, so please, for the record, this is not a CAC Duke confidential stipulation. I'd like to walk through, we received a document that was provided as part of CAC Data Request 1713, which has thousands and thousands of lines of data. Do you recall, one of the tabs in particular has a Tier 2 hours tab in the Excel spreadsheet. Are you familiar with that spreadsheet?
I remember there being a lot of data. To say I remember that particular spreadsheet, no, I do not.
Okay. Do you remember a spreadsheet where you provide an hour-by-hour breakdown of the Tier 2 hours?
I do remember information being pulled together for our Tier 2 hours, yes.
If I could, and I want to be careful to try and avoid going into in-camera, if you could look at the first line, and let's not read what the figures are here, but the question is, Cayuga Unit 1 was offered with hourly emergency maximum, and then we have a figure there in terms of the number of megawatts and how many hours in which, let me restate that. We have a number there. It's going to be hard to go with
Yes,
the camera. Okay.
I'm following along.
Okay, you're following. Subject to check, if I could just have you look through this document. Subject to check, do these figures look correct to you in terms of number of hours in which the number of hours in which the Tier 2 hours where these units were offered at a, I can say the megawatt number, can I? I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I ask Ms. Hennigan, may I say the megawatt figure there?
I'm not prepared to answer that. I'm sorry. I don't know if that's confidential or not.
We'll see if Mr. Luke can respond without us going into camera. But Mr. Luke, can you read through this document? Does this look correct, subject to check?
And I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I think we just described this spreadsheet as many, many rows and columns and full of lots of data. And Mr. Luke generally is aware that that was pulled together, but having him subject to check affirm that these data points are correct, I object to him doing that.
Ms. Washburn?
Your Honor, I have the spreadsheet here open. I could walk through at a general level on each of these units in camera and at least have the witness validate that there were specific times where that megawatt number there were specific number of hours where that megawatt number was during that time frame from 2020 to 2023.
What's the relevance of this line of questioning?
Looking at Mr. Luke's rebuttal where there's a figure about the Tier 2 hours. Let me pull that up here. On page 10 of Mr. Luke's rebuttal, there's a figure 2. The relevance is these aggregate the numbers together, and I would like to show that when you disaggregate the numbers, it shows a very different picture. When you disaggregate the actual time in terms of these numbers are averaged. And I would like to walk through and show that when you disaggregate that, it shows a very different picture on what is occurring with the Tier 2 capacity factors.
All right, the witness has already indicated he doesn't know the spreadsheet off the top of his head, so we'll go into camera at this time. We'll go off the record when that's being accomplished.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll go back on the record. Ms. Washburn, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, and we're out of camera.
Thank you, Your Honor. While we were in the in-camera confidential session, you indicated that Mr. Suez would be the more appropriate witness to address the questions at issue in the confidential attachment CAC 17.13-A related to the Tier 2 hourly data. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that includes more granular questions than is represented in the figure related to the Tier 2 hours in your testimony. Is that correct?
I believe he would be the best witness to be able to speak to that.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Luke.
Thank you.
City of Westfield,
No cross, Your Honor.
Duke Industrial Group.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have some exhibits to circulate before we get started.
Okay, we'll go off the record. Thank you. While Ms. Balazar is preparing her material, Duke, any updates as to additional witnesses for today? I know, okay, thank you. Thanks. All right, thank you. Great. So for anyone that couldn't hear, Ms. Graft is present and will be testifying after current witness, and then who did you say would be potentially available after Ms. Graft?
Ms. Graft is going to be available after Mr. Luke to testify today. My colleague is calling Ms. Lilly to see if she may also be available today, but we don't yet know that. From the shake of my colleague's head, it looks like Ms. Lilly is not available today.
Okay, thank you for the update. All right, and Ms. Balzer, not trying to hurry you, but when you're ready. Are you ready? Ms. Balzer, you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll go back on the record. Ms. Balzer, when you're ready with your cross, please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Luke.
Morning.
I'm Tabitha Balzer with the Industrial Group.
Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I would like to pick up where some of your discussion with Ms. Washburn left off. And in particular, you were discussing the impact on capacity if Edwardsport were to switch to natural gas operations. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
You have before you, Ms. Rubel, does he have IGCX1? You have before you what's been marked as IGCX1, which is the Duke's response to Industrial Group data request 3.12. Do you see that?
Yes, I have it.
And you're asked a number of questions about switching from operations to syngas to natural gas, and I want to direct your attention to subpart E.
Okay.
And in that response, Duke says, if the Edwardsport IGCC gasification systems were to be completely retired and the plant converted to a, quote, pure natural gas combined cycle unit, the company would evaluate an option of replacing the combustion turbine center line with standard natural gas combustion turbine parts in lieu of continuing to operate the plant with the current parts optimized for operation on syngas fuel. Replacing the combustion turbine parts would optimize the performance of the unit for operation on natural gas fuel only. The expected net output capability on natural gas fuel only may increase. In winter, for example, from an expected value of 541 megawatts, please reference 3.01, to a value of 586 megawatts. This consideration was included in the 2021 IRP modeling. However, such a project has not been fully engineered and cost estimated, and any such assumptions about performance or economic feasibility are only very high-level estimates. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So to clarify your prior discussion with Ms. Washburn, according to Duke's 2021 IRP modeling, if Edwardsport were permanently converted to natural gas and optimized to run in that fashion, it would not lose capacity according to Duke's estimates, and in fact may gain a little capacity. Is that correct?
That's partially correct. This is speaking to the winter season capacity, I believe. So across all seasons, the amount of additional megawatts by making this change varies. You get the most benefit out of winter just by nature of how a gas turbine operates. So you would not get exactly the same amount of megawatt benefit in the spring, summer, and fall.
Would there be a decrease in the spring, summer, and fall?
No, there would not be a decrease. There would be some sort of increase compared to the current configuration.
Thank you. And is it your understanding, you have read Industrial Group witness Mr. Gorman's testimony, at least as it relates to Edwardsport, correct?
Yes.
So is it your understanding that the Industrial Group's recommendation in this case is that O&M be set based on permanent transition to natural gas, not some sort of cycling or temporary shutdown? Is that your understanding of Mr. Gorman's testimony?
Yeah, I understand that to be the testimony. I disagree with the assumptions that were made, and I disagree even with the assumptions on O&M that have been made as well.
I had another question that was based on something you said to Ms. Washburn. And I believe you testified to her regarding kind of the initial decision to construct an IGCC, and I believe you used the phrase, "We knew what it was when it was built." Is that approximately what you said in response to her testimony? Or her
Yes,
questions, excuse me.
No, that's fine. In response to when we were building an IGCC facility, we knew we were building an IGCC facility, not something different.
Okay. And I just want to clarify the scope of what you were trying to express in that sentence. You are not suggesting that the O&M levels projected when Duke first requested a CPCN to construct Edwardsport are the same or even close to the O&M that it is taking currently costing to operate Edwardsport. That's not what the sentence, "We knew what it was when it was built," was intended to express. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would not be able to speculate on that. I'm not aware of what the original figures were.
Mr. Luke, could you please turn to page 20 of your rebuttal testimony?
Okay, I'm on page 20.
And I'm looking at the question and answer starting at line 10 of page 20.
I'm sorry, what line?
Line 10, the
Okay.
Q&A there. And there you are responding to testimony by interveners, including Mr. Gorman of the Industrial Group, that Edwardsport should have been converted to operations on natural gas because that is what all four of the optimized portfolios from the 2021 IRP called for. And in response, you say at line 16, the optimized portfolio that the interveners reference that is different than the preferred portfolio solely considers economics in that specific modeling scenario. And I want to focus on the word economics. In considering economics, you would agree with me that the possibility of high natural gas prices was specifically considered by the optimized portfolios, correct?
So although I'm not directly involved with the development of the IRP, I have some general knowledge of how it works. So getting into the specifics of what scenarios were run, I would not be able to respond to that.
Are you there were 4 optimized portfolios. Are you aware of that?
The specific number of optimized portfolios, I would not be able to recall exactly how many, but as I state in my rebuttal testimony, an optimized portfolio in this particular example is solely looking at the economics. When we develop our IRP, there are several factors that are considered, which is reliability, fuel flexibility, along with ability to achieve. Of course, it looks at economics, it looks at cost, and a lot of the different scenarios that are developed, and there are dozens of them, they function as inputs to help us determine what is the best, what is the preferred portfolio. We can't simply develop a long-range plan just looking at a single scenario and then determine that that one should outweigh the others. I'll leave my response there.
Your Honor, I would have moved to strike. I asked Mr. Luke I asked him if there were 4 optimized portfolios, and other than the very beginning part of his answer, which I think he sort of said, "I don't know," something along those lines, everything else he said was entirely non-responsive to my pretty straightforward question.
Duke?
I believe Mr. Lucas is trying to be responsive. He's trying to respond about what he knows. I think to signal to Ms. Balzer, I know a little bit, but not that much about optimized portfolios.
Okay, the answer is stricken as non-responsive. Mr. Luke, I know you're trying to be helpful. Please listen closely to the question and answer directly that specific question that's being presented to you. Ms. Balzer, please re-ask your question. We'll go from there. Thank you.
I'll ask it this way. Are you aware that one of the optimized portfolios was called the high gas prices scenario?
Yes, I know that's typically one of the scenarios that's run in our IRP, so I would say yes.
So would you agree with me? Let me back. You testified fairly extensively about the 2021 IRP. Would you agree with me that do you have a sufficient understanding of the IRP to be able to say, to be able to confirm that the 2021 IRP considered the possibility of high natural gas prices, the optimized portfolios considered the possibility of high natural gas prices?
Yes, that would have been one of the scenarios in the IRP.
Thank you. And I want to continue on after the sentence we just read, which starts at line 18. The optimized portfolios are only utilized to inform the preferred portfolio. It does not take into account the many other factors that are required for long-term balanced generation portfolio, such as fuel flexibility, generation capacity, and operational resiliency. And I'm focused in particular on that reference to generation capacity. Is what you're saying that the optimized portfolio did not consider generation capacity?
I think we're getting too far outside my expertise around the IRP. My statements here, my rebuttal testimony, was to highlight some of the factors that are considered in the IRP, but I am certainly not an expert on the IRP.
I'm asking you very specifically about a line in your testimony and what you meant when you included that language in your testimony. You say that the optimized portfolios do not take into account, and one of the things you list was generation capacity. What did you mean when you said that?
Going back to some of my previous comments around resource adequacy is something that is taken into consideration with the IRP. So when I spoke to generation here, that was in response to resource adequacy needs is an input to the IRP process.
You said the optimized portfolios don't take that into consideration, correct? Isn't that what your testimony here says?
Again, optimized looks at individual aspects or individual scenarios. So there are multiple different types of optimized portfolios specific to what they're trying to address, to your earlier point regarding high gas prices, low gas prices, cost, fuel flexibility, operational resiliency. Together, they inform the overall IRP to develop the preferred portfolio. So I think what I've stated in my rebuttal testimony is accurate.
So are you saying that your sentence is not intended to express that the optimized, let me back up. Would you agree with me that the optimized portfolios did consider generation capacity?
Again, I didn't build the IRP. I have general knowledge of it, and I am informed. But to try to sit here and respond to specifics around the IRP, I am not capable of doing that.
Honor, I guess I would move to strike the specific reference to generation capacity in Mr. Luke's rebuttal testimony on page 20 at lines 20 to 21. He doesn't appear to know whether or not that's true.
Duke?
Mr. Luke has repeatedly referred Ms. Balzer to his rebuttal testimony and has indicated this is his rebuttal testimony. He has been unable to go further and explain what may also have been considered an optimized portfolio. So I think the testimony stands on its own. If he's not able to answer additional questions regarding that, I think that may be the case.
Your Honor, may I
Ms.
respond?
Balzer?
I didn't ask him additional questions on this one point. I said, he says the optimized portfolios did not take into account, and one of the things he said is generation capacity, and I have asked him if that's true, and he doesn't appear to be able to answer it.
The request to strike is denied. The witness's statement, written testimony, is that the optimized portfolios did not take into account generation capacity. Excuse me. Let me try this again. Mr. Luke, clarify for me, if you would, your statement on lines 19 through 21 of your rebuttal testimony. When you are referring to generation capacity, what is that referring to?
So in regards to the testimony, I was responding to Mr. Gorman's suggestion, which was solely based on the optimized portfolio, only considering economics. So when I move down into my response, I'm saying that another way to look at it is he or the optimized portfolio, in this case regarding solely considering economics, does not account for other factors such as generation, fuel flexibility, capacity, and operational resiliency. I'm not speaking to multiple optimized scenarios for the IRP. I'm speaking in response to Mr. Gorman.
Okay. Motion to strike is denied.
Okay, let's try this again in a different way. You say the optimized portfolios are only utilized to inform the preferred portfolio. And then you say the next sentence refers to Mr. Gorman's testimony. Is that what you're saying now, the line, it does not take into account many factors? At that point, you're talking about Mr. Gorman's testimony, not the optimized portfolios?
The question is, please respond to Sierra Club witness Mr. Cummings and Industrial Group witness Mr. Gorman, and then the response follows that.
Your reference to the word "it" on line 19, where it says "it does not take into account," are you referring to Mr. Gorman's testimony, not the optimized portfolios?
What I was referring to is in line 16, the optimized portfolio that the interveners reference, which would be Cummings and Gorman. That optimized portfolio, call that "it," does not take into account the factors that I list below.
So the optimized portfolio would be the one from the 2021 IRP. The four from the 21 IRP.
Yeah, as I indicate in my rebuttal testimony, that's my understanding.
Mr. Luke,
Yes.
would you agree with the following statement? The optimized portfolios scenario assumptions select resource additions and retirements to minimize the present value revenue requirement for the portfolio while meeting the planning reserve margin requirement. Do you agree with me that that is a correct statement with respect to the 2021 IRP?
My comment would be that I'm trying to be as responsive and cooperative as I can. I mentioned I have general knowledge and a general understanding of the IRP, but I am not an IRP expert, so I cannot confirm nor deny your statement.
Do you know what a planning reserve margin requirement is?
Generally,
What is it?
I would refer that to Mr. Company Witness Suez.
Did Company Witness Suez testify about the IRP?
I'm not sure if he has reference to the IRP, but he is responsible for capacity reserve margin, so he'd be in a better position. That's not, I operate and maintain the generation facilities. I'm responsible for safe, reliable, efficient operations of the facility. You're getting into areas that I'm not the expert on.
And I'm not trying to get into detailed information. I'm focusing on the language in your testimony about generation capacity, your reference, understanding what your reference to that in your testimony is.
Ms. Balzer, I just note we're bumping up to 12:30, so when we get to a convenient point within the next few minutes, let's plan on taking our hour lunch break.
I'm about to switch to a slightly different direction. I could keep going or stop now at your preference, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Balzer. Yeah, let's go ahead and stop now. It is 12:30. We'll reconvene at 1:30 for Ms. Balzer to continue her cross-examination. And counsel, before you go, Duke, if you would, so we have Graft next, followed by anybody? Okay, just want to make sure everyone's on the same page. All right, we'll take an hour. We'll go off the record.
Your Honor, real quickly, just wanted to inform the bench that I will not be present this afternoon. Walmart has no questions for this witness nor Ms. Graff, but we'll be back next week.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the same goes for Kroger.
Thank you. Okay, we're back on the record. We're streaming. Ms. Balzer, when you're ready to continue with your cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. And over the break, conferred with Duke's counsel, and they have stipulated that I may direct all of my IRP-related questions to witness Suez.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
Mr. Luke, could you please turn to page 28 of your rebuttal?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
And then, Ms. Lockhart, I believe there is a demonstrative exhibit on the table for Mr. Luke. The first page is just the cover page of Mr. Gorman's pre-filed testimony. Would you please hand it to the witness? Thank you. Yes. This was circulated earlier as just a reference point. This is from Mr. Gorman's pre-filed testimony. It's already been admitted into the record. Mr. Luke discusses this page, so that everyone can see what we're talking about. So towards the bottom of the page on your rebuttal, page 28, starting at line 15, you discuss recommended disallowances of O&M associated with Edwardsport by intervener witnesses, including industrial group witness Mr. Gorman. At page 22, you see it, your footnote 8 there references page 22 of Mr. Gorman's testimony. Is that correct?
I see that, yes.
And you have before you, just for your reference, that page 22 of Mr. Gorman's testimony. You see that?
That's this document here? Yes.
And on this chart of, on table 4 of Mr. Gorman's testimony at line 2, it lists the cost to operate Edwardsport on natural gas at about $26 million a year. Do you see that reference on on table, line 2 of table 4?
Yes, I do.
And that is what you're looking at on your rebuttal testimony at page 28, line 19, where you talk about interveners proposed to reduce Duke Energy Indiana's 2025 forward-looking test period O&M expenses for Edwardsport from $89.5 million to the range of, and I'll jump to the one that's relevant to Mr. Gorman, which is $25.9 million. You see that?
Yes.
And that's where that comes from, correct?
Yes.
Now, to be clear, you acknowledge that Mr. Gorman's calculation of this approximately $26 million came from Duke's own estimate taken from its IRP. I'm not going to ask you detailed questions about the IRP, but just that figure came from that's Duke's number, correct?
Yes.
And that compares with Duke's request in this case for O&M of nearly $90 million to operate Edwardsport on, as an IGCC in this proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And that $90 million does not include the amortized major outage expense. There, for example, in 2020, there was major outage expense is still being amortized over the 7-year period of the major outage, correct?
Yes.
Excuse me. And on page, starting at line 19 on page 28, you say, these values are derived from placeholder planning quality estimates that Duke Energy Indiana included in its optimized portfolios in the 2021 Integrated Resource Plan modeling. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then you go on the next page to say, so next page, page 29, you go on to say that you've never studied from an operational perspective what it would look like to operate Edwardsport on natural gas fuel.
That's correct.
When Duke's own IRP analysis reached the conclusion in 2021 that the company could potentially save over $60 million each year if it converted Edwardsport to natural gas, no one at the company said, you know, we should look at this more closely perhaps. We should nail this number down with more precision.
No, because going back to some of our earlier conversation, the IRP looks at several factors to determine when the recommendation to retire an asset should be. So I did not perform a study because the IRP did not indicate it was time to shut down the gasifiers.
And when you say the IRP didn't say to do that, you would agree with me that the IRP, all the optimized portfolios called for an immediate conversion to natural gas. It was only when Duke decided not to follow any of the optimized portfolios that the decision was made not to convert to natural gas. Is that correct?
I do not know if all the optimized scenarios pointed towards shutting the gasifiers down. I can't answer that.
Could Mr. Suez answer that?
He may be able to, but I can't answer for Mr. Suez.
So when you testify that we didn't look into switching, we didn't look at the costs of what it would take to switch to operations on natural gas, despite the fact that, you know, we're looking at potentially $60 million a year in annual savings. That was, you don't know whether that factored in any hard numbers from the IRP or whether that was purely based on Duke's decision not to do that.
I would be speculating on that.
And to be clear, that 60 some odd million dollars that we're talking about, we've already established doesn't include major outage expense. And it also doesn't include other types of costs like post and service capital costs. Is that correct? It's just O&M. That's 60 some odd million. It's just O&M.
Yeah, without seeing a breakdown of that, I can't answer for certainty what it includes and what it doesn't include. The number looks reasonable, but I cannot sit here and tell you what's included and what's not.
Would you agree with me that Duke has incurred approximately $500 million in post and service capital costs since Edwardsport was placed into service?
Which document are you referring to?
Just a moment. We have just a moment, Your Honor.
We'll go off the record.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness to potentially refresh his memory?
We'll go back on the record. Ms. Balls, you may approach.
Mr. Luke, you have before you Mr. Gorman's pre-filed testimony in this case, which you said you've reviewed with respect to Edwardsport, correct?
Yes.
Do you see there, Mr. Gorman's testimony, that Duke has incurred approximately $500 million post and service capital costs? Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, I see that in Mr. Gorman's testimony.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach to?
Yes.
Mr. Luke, towards the bottom of page 29, you're asked why you haven't studied the potential operational costs of operating Edwardsport on natural gas only. And you start your response by saying, we must all be good stewards of customers and companies' resources. So are you saying that you're concerned that conducting a study to determine whether you could save over $60 million in O&M alone each year by switching operations to natural gas, you're saying that conducting a study like that would be a strain on customer and company resources, or too much for improper use of customer and company resources to conduct a study to examine this issue?
I would start by saying generating cost-effective and efficient power for our customers is extremely important to us. When it comes to why we haven't performed a study, I'll go back to, I believe, previous comments I made around, unless I am informed based on the modeling and the IRP process that it has been determined that switching Edwardsport to burn only natural gas, that's not something I'm just going to run out and start executing. Because as I have previously stated, there are significant benefits of Edwardsport that we are overlooking by simply looking at the cost and saying, do I recognize that it would be cheaper to operate an IGCC facility as a single combined cycle power block? Yes, it would. And I've been on record stated earlier that operating a simple cycle CT is cheaper or requires less resources than a combined cycle facility. A combined cycle facility requires less resources than an IGCC. So until I am informed by our IRP process that it makes good business sense, good sense for our customers to retire the gasifiers at Edwardsport, I see no benefit in conducting a study.
So I suppose I have two follow-up questions regarding that answer, and I'll separate them out. Your first part of your answer, I believe you said something like, until the IRP modeling suggests you should switch to natural gas. Is it your understanding that the IRP modeling has indicated that Edwardsport should continue to run as an IGCC? Or is it your understanding that Duke determined to continue running it as a on syngas, kind of apart from the modeling results?
From what I recall, the 2021 IRP suggested that we continue to run the IGCC until 2035. At that point, we would have a decision whether we retire the gasifiers at that point or enter carbon sequestration.
So, and I want to clarify that language. Before you were talking about modeling. In your last answer, you kind of said what was the ultimate conclusion from the IRP. Would it be a correct statement of saying, to say your understanding was based on what the ultimate conclusion of the IRP was, not necessarily what the modeling showed.
I can't answer that. The IRP relies on a whole host of different modeling scenarios. I'm not intimately familiar with each one of those models. I am informed by its output, and then we react to the output of the IRP.
So Mr. Suez can tell us whether any of the modeling preferred portfolio results called to continue running on syngas as an IGCC. The second part of your prior answer, you were kind of talking about what you were going to do in response to what you got from the IRP. Are you the sole, is it within your sole discretion as to whether to conduct this study on what it would take to operate Edwardsport on natural gas? Is that sort of solely within your discretion, or is that a company-wide decision?
There would be other stakeholders that would be involved in that decision.
What other stakeholders would be making the decision about whether or not you would conduct a study to evaluate permanent transfer of a permanent change in the operation of Edwardsport onto natural gas?
It would be both local leadership here in Duke Energy, Indiana, and then those in corporate as well.
Let's go back to that sentence on page 29 of your testimony where you say, we all must be good stewards. Let me back up. That in response to the question, why haven't you studied in detail the potential operating costs for Edwardsport on natural gas only? And you responded, we must all be good stewards of customer and company resources. Sir, do you believe that discarding a study on switching operations to natural gas would qualify as being a good steward of customer resources?
If I do not have any evidence that suggests that we would be shutting down the gasifiers, I do not think it's good use of company resources to go ahead and perform a study that's not appropriately informed.
So I'm asking you about discarding a study that was already conducted. Would that be a good use of customer resources?
Discarding a study. Can you elaborate?
Are you aware that prior to the 2020 rate case, there was some kind of study related to switching to operations on natural gas and that it was discarded prior to the 2020 rate case?
I was not involved with that.
Well, I'm not asking if you were involved in it. I'm asking if you're aware that that had happened.
No.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may. We'll go off the record. Ms. Balzer, are you ready again?
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll go back on the record. Ms. Balzer?
Thank you. Mr. Luke, you have before you what's been marked as IGCX2, which is the industrial group's, Duke's response to industrial group data request IG 14.03 in this cause. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
This question is asking about your testimony on the page we were just looking at, page 29 of your rebuttal, at lines 10 to 11, where you testified, I have never studied from an operational perspective what it would look like to operate Edwardsport on natural gas fuel only. And then, the follow-up question in response to that statement asks about why you haven't studied in detail the potential operating costs for Edwardsport on natural gas. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. In the discovery request, which is IGCX2, you're first asked about that reference to, I have never studied the operational, what it would like what it would look like to operate Edwardsport on natural gas only. And you're asked, are you talking just you personally, Mr. Luke, or are you speaking for the company? And the first paragraph of this discovery response confirms that you're not just speaking specifically you, Mr. Luke, but you're speaking as an extension of the company itself. Is that correct?
Which line are you referring to now? In my rebuttal or on the?
I'm sorry, on the cross-examination exhibit, you're asked about that sentence where you say, I've never studied what it would look like to operate Edwardsport on natural gas, and you're asked to confirm, when you say I, you mean Duke, not just you, in that first paragraph of your response to the discovery request. Is that correct?
I think right here it states Mr. Luke is speaking for himself. Am I reading that correctly?
But also as an extension thereof for the organization of the company under his direct supervision and control.
That's correct.
So you're speaking not just for you, Mr. Luke, but also for the company, correct?
Correct, under my direction.
And it goes on to say, Mr. Luke and the organization of the company under his direct supervision and control are the experts on Edwardsport operations. Neither they nor any other person or part of the company or any contractor to the company has performed such a study either. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
I direct your attention to IGCX3. Now, if you look at the top left corner, you'll see this is from the prior rate case. And in that question, you were asked, Duke was asked, has DEI or any agent or contractor of DEI examined the merits or costs of running Edwardsport IGCC as a natural gas unit only? If so, please provide all reports, communications, analysis documents relating to or discussing this issue. And ultimately, at the bottom it says, see the supplemental response to 21.3. That says NA, and then the supplemental response says, see 21.3. And if you turn to IGCX4, which is, and let me clarify, IGCX3 is Duke's response to the supplemental response to IG 17.6. If you turn to IGCX4, that is Duke's response in the prior rate case to IG 21.3, and you're asked, 21.3 refers back to this 17.6 that we just looked at and says, what does this reference to NA mean? It says, is it Duke's position that no such analysis has been conducted? That's the part A, subpart A. And in response to subpart A, Duke says, Duke Energy Indiana has done analysis regarding Edwardsport in the past under attorney-client privilege, some of which may have been related to the request above in IG 17.6. Has anybody ever talked to you about that prior study that was conducted?
I'm going to object at this point. Ms. Balzer already asked Mr. Luke if he was aware of any previous study, and he said no. I think this has been asked and answered.
Ms. Balzer.
I think there is tension in Duke's responses to discovery and his statement in this case to the information in the prior that was produced in discovery in the prior rate case. So I'll withdraw the question and move for the admission of IGCX 2, 3, and 4.
Duke, any objection?
Yes, Duke objects to the admission of IGCX 3 and 4 because I don't believe Mr. Luke is familiar with these, as he's already stated.
This is Duke's.
Ms. Balzer?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I respond?
Let's see, Block is not present. Citizens Action Coalition, any objection?
No objection.
City of City of Westfield.
No objection.
Kroger Companies, not present. Nucor Steel,
No objection.
River Ridge Development Authority, River Ridge Property Owners Association, Rolls-Royce,
No objection.
Sierra Club,
No objection, thank you.
Steel Dynamics isn't present, nor is Wabash Valley Power Association. Walmart, is Mr. Nam here? No. OUCC.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Balzer, what's your response to Duke's objections?
Your Honor, this is, I think, pointing out the discrepancy between what Duke is saying in this rate case and what it said in the last one. If the witness is unable to authenticate Duke's answer to discovery, I would request that perhaps either counsel on a break or at some point take a look at it and see if they can stipulate to the authenticity of the document, or in the alternative, request leave of the commission to enter a certified copy of the testimony of Mike Gorman in the prior rate case, which had included both of these documents as exhibits in order to authenticate them. I didn't pull some kind of random document. I pulled their prior answer to this issue in the last rate case, and the answers they're giving today are different than the answers that they gave in the last rate case on this very issue.
Response?
Thank you, Your Honor. Then I will revise my objection to also add that I object to providing discovery that was placed in the record of the last rate case and litigated in the last rate case, because I don't believe it's appropriate to relitigate issues in the current rate case that were already litigated in the last rate case.
May I respond, Your Honor?
No, excuse me, a new objection was raised, yes.
To the issue of litigated in the last rate case, in this rate case, the witness said, nobody has ever done a study. In this rate case, he said that. And so I'm pulling out discovery from the prior rate case where Duke acknowledged that a study had been done.
Duke, last word.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think we also need to be cautious that we're not discussing different things. The questions are not identical. I believe the response is accurate and correct for the question that was asked in this rate case, IG 14.03.
Desser Group's cross-examination in Exhibits 1, 2, and 3 lack of sufficient foundation from this witness, and therefore the move to admission is denied. Ms. Balzer, please proceed.
Your Honor, may I ask, it hasn't been authenticated yet. If I were to produce later in the hearing an official copy from the Commission's records of Mr. Gorman's testimony, which authenticates this document as a response that Duke produced in discovery, would the Commission entertain a motion to enter that into the record? Because at that point, it will have been authenticated, a self-authenticating document.
Evidence as it is offered will be considered at that point in time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Without commenting on the ruling thereof. Please proceed.
And Your Honor, just for the clarity of the record, I identified IGDR from the last rate case, IGDR 21.3 as IGCX4. I believe that one was marked as IGCX3, and the response to IG 17.6 was marked as IGCX4. Not admitted, but just for...
All right, Ms. Balzer, if you would, we'll go off the record. Take a look at the exhibits, make sure they've been marked, the hard copies of the exhibits, ensure they've been marked appropriately. Thank you. We'll go off the record. We'll go back on the record. Ms. Balzer's had an opportunity to review the documents. Were they marked correctly, Ms. Balzer? Is your microphone on? Is your microphone on?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
IGCX4 is the response from the last rate case to IG 17.6, and IGCX3 was 21.3.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any further cross?
Your Honor, may I clarify, did IGCX2, which is Duke's response to IG 14.03, in this case, was that admitted?
That was IGCX. Which number was it?
2, which is IG 14.03.
I don't think Duke objected to 2, did you? It was the other ones. No, thank you for that
No, I did not.
clarification. I omitted that. I'm sorry, Duke, did you have something to add?
I just wanted to be clear that we did not object to 2.
Okay, thank you for that. IG cross-examination exhibit 2 is admitted into the record. Thank you. Appreciate that, counsel. Anything further? Ms. Balzer?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Luke, could you please turn to your testimony, your rebuttal testimony at page 20?
Okay.
If I were to ask you, would you be able to answer questions? Let's see. You're talking about, at line 23, you say, I also understand that the company is continuing to assess this possibility, meaning the possibility of running Edwardsport on natural gas, in its current IRP modeling process. Do you see where it says that in your testimony?
Yes, I do.
I want to ask about any information related to that statement. Are you the witness I should ask about, or should I ask that Mr. Suez about what you said here in your testimony?
What's the question?
Is in conducting the current IRP that's being conducted, is Duke going to allow the model to switch to Edwardsport, to switch to operations of Edwardsport on natural gas right away? Or is Duke going to instruct the model not to permit that to happen because the study that we've been talking about has on optimizing on natural gas operations hasn't been conducted?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ms. Balzer, I can't answer that question.
Can Mr. Suez answer that question?
He may be able to.
I'll reserve my further questions for Mr. Suez. Thank you, Mr. Luke.
Thank you, Ms. Bolzer.
Ms. Becker, does Nucor Steel have cross?
No, we don't, Your Honor.
River Ridge Development Authority, River Ridge Property Owners Association, Rolls-Royce.
No cross, Your Honor.
Sierra Club,
I do have some cross, Your Honor. Thank you.
please proceed.
May I first approach the witness? I'd like to share with him something that might help this move along a little quicker.
Yes, so we'll halt the record while you do so. All right, we'll go back on the record. Mr. Smith, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joshua Smith on behalf of Sierra Club. Good afternoon, Mr. Luke. I want to just confirm a couple things at the outset. You mentioned earlier on in your testimony that you were present yesterday with Mr. Pinniger in the discussion of the 5 pillars.
That's correct.
And did you hear Mr. Pinniger agree, I believe, that Duke continuously reviews and evaluates investment plans and ensures that they are necessary and cost-effective? Do you recall that?
I don't recall a specific statement being made.
But do you agree that that is a reasonable practice?
Can you rephrase the question?
Does Duke continuously review and evaluate its investment plans to ensure that they are cost-effective and necessary?
In terms of my area of responsibility, yes, we do that.
And I believe, or did you hear Mr. Pinniger say yesterday also that every option to save customers money should be on the table?
Yes, I think I also stated that.
Great, thank you. You have in front of you Sierra Club Exhibit 1, which is labeled the direct testimony of Tyler Cummings. You're familiar with this, correct?
Yes, I have seen this.
And you're aware then that in his direct testimony he states that Edward Port's capital costs and O&M costs are significantly more than other power plants. You remember that?
Yes.
He also asserts that Edwards Port's capacity value has decreased, particularly as a result of the D-rate at that facility. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And so to back up, Edwards Port was derated from previously a capacity rating of 595 megawatts to 555 in the summer. Is that correct?
The internal rating was adjusted in terms of the true capacity of Edwardsport Station. We, for all our assets here in Indiana, as per MISO, we're required to do an annual capacity test, which is then temperature corrected for each of the 4 seasons. So that process has not changed. So the true capacity of Edwardsport in terms of the capacity accreditation has not changed. We, as I indicated in my testimony, we made an internal change in terms of the rating of Edwardsport, but we did not change the capacity.
Okay. Just backing up, yes or no, the internal capacity rating that you have for Edwardsport now is 555 megawatts in the summertime. Is that correct?
The internal rating, yes.
In the wintertime, it's 578 megawatts. Is that correct?
Correct.
And, the internal capacity rating, that would inform the resource planning process, would it not?
The actual, I can't answer that question. I'm not sure if they use the actual capacity or the internal rating. In the capacity accreditation is going to use the actual capacity as per the annual capacity tests that are conducted, temperature corrected.
Mr. Smith, be sure you're speaking directly into the microphone. I can hear you from the bench, but just to ensure that the record is clean and those viewing online can hear you, please speak directly into the microphone. Thank you.
I'll try to do better. Thank you, Your Honor. So is that a question that Mr. Suez would be able to answer then?
Can you rephrase the question?
The internal capacity value that you have inform the resource planning process?
He may be able to. I'm just not certain which one it is, but Mr. Suez may be able to.
Is there any other witness that Duke has here that would be able to, that you're aware of?
I think company witness Suez would be the best.
I'll move on here. Despite the D-rate, you state, let's add your testimony, your rebuttal testimony at page 13, line 1. You do state that you think Mr. Cummings is incorrect in any assertion that this D-rate has impacted the capacity and energy value of the plant. Do you see that?
Page 13, which line?
Line 1 and 2.
1 and 2. Yes, I see that.
Page before, but is that correct?
Yes.
And then elsewhere in your rebuttal testimony, you also dispute the notion that the O&M, or not the O&M, the O&M, that's, yeah, I'll say that over again. You also dispute that the O&M and capital, the notion that the O&M and capital costs are too high relative to other plants. Is that correct?
Can you point me to my testimony where I state that?
Yeah, let's go to page 27.
Okay,
Again, Mr. Smith, please speak directly into the microphone. You're not being picked up well. Thank you.
So I won't, if you want to take a look and get your bearings as to where you are in the testimony.
Yeah, I'm on page 27.
And here,
My rebuttal, is that where we are?
yeah, that's correct. And here you would dispute, in this case, it's Ms. Glick's assertion that O&M costs at the plant are very high compared to industry averages. Is that your opinion?
Can you elaborate on industry averages for Edwardsport IGCC?
Well, let me back up and do this a different way. Earlier, I think with Ms. Balzer, you stated you're not surprised that the costs at Edwardsport are higher than other generation resources. Is that correct?
Correct.
I want to talk a little bit about the extent of those costs relative to other generation resources. And just to sort of table set a little bit, we talked already about Edwardsport's capacity. We talked about 555 megawatts in the summertime, 578 in the wintertime. I just want to establish for Gibson, it's correct that for Gibson, Duke owns about 2,800 megawatts of that facility. Is that correct?
Yes, when you take into consideration the joint ownership on Gibson 5.
So yes, 2,800 megawatts.
That sounds reasonable.
And Cayuga is about 1,000 megawatts. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can I have you take a look at Mr. Cummings' direct testimony at pages 7 and 8.
Okay.
And just to establish where we are here, starting at lines 14 through 19 of his testimony, he describes the capital costs that Duke is requesting in test year rates in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you look at, if you look at footnote 2 there, you'll see that it references a discovery response from Duke. Would you accept that these numbers for Edwardsport, Gibson, and Cayuga for the capital costs in the test year are accurate?
Well, I'd be making the assumption and would be agreeing with the testimony in front of me and the accuracy of it. I don't have the other documentation in front of me to be able to cross-reference that, but making that assertion as being true, I would agree with that.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may. Go off the record. We'll go back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Luke, can you identify what you have in front of you?
It looks like it's cause number 46038, Sierra Club Exhibit Tango Charlie 4.
And that's in reference to Tyler Cummings, or TC4 is in reference to exhibit to Tyler Cummings 4. And as you stated earlier, you reviewed his testimony, correct?
Correct.
And the page that follows, can you identify this table?
Yes, I have seen this.
Okay. And you provided it to Sierra Club, or through Discovery, is that correct?
Yes.
So you'd accept these numbers as being correct?
Yes.
Do you want to eyeball it and make sure you agree with the numbers? Because I just want to walk through this briefly, and I don't want to. It'd be easier if we can just agree on to look at one document rather than going back and forth between the two.
That's fair.
Counsel, would you mind directing us to the document? I know you've given it to Mr. Luke and the bench. I'm not exactly sure where we are.
Okay, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Counsel. This is Exhibit TC4 to Cummings Direct.
Thank you.
Duke, do you need copies? All right, Mr. Smith, please proceed when you're ready.
So I just kind of wanted to do a simple exercise here to look at the costs of Edwardsport relative to Duke's other solid fuel units. So if we look at Edwardsport, the company is seeking $29.4 million in capital costs in the test year, right?
For which unit now?
Edwardsport?
Yes.
And I believe you confirmed with Ms. Balzer that that does not include the maintenance event that I think you've described as the 2020 interval event.
I do not believe that's in this number.
And then, just to walk through this, Gibson, the company is seeking $58.6 million in the test year. Is that right?
That's correct.
And 13.5 million for Cayuga.
Yes.
So right off the bat, you'd agree, it's pretty obvious that the capital expense or the capital costs for Edwardsport are about half what the company's asking for from Gibson. Is that right?
Yes, that's reasonable.
And that's true, and that's even though Edwardsport only provides about a fifth of the capacity that Gibson provides. Is that correct?
That's correct for that technology.
For that technology, is it correct that it's about a fifth of the capacity of Gibson?
Yes.
Thank you. And here, the numbers, the capital costs here indicate that Edwardsport requires more than double the capital costs of Cayuga. Is that right?
In the test year, yes, that's accurate.
Even though it provides only half the capacity of Cayuga.
That's correct.
And then I want to just move through this hopefully quickly. We look at O&M costs, starting at the top of page 8 of Mr. Cummings' testimony, or if you want, you can look at TC 1-4. But in the test year, Edwardsport is, you're requesting $89.5 million in O&M costs. Is that right?
That's correct.
$131.4 million for Gibson and $47.3 million for Cayuga. Is that right?
Yes.
So again, just a cursory look at these numbers. Edwardsport's O&M costs nearly double Cayuga, yet it provides only half the capacity. Is that right?
That's correct.
The total O&M for Edwardsport is only about 30% less than Gibson. Is that fair?
That's a fair statement.
But again, it provides only about a fifth of the total capacity.
That's reasonable.
Now, I want to do what I hope is a helpful demonstrative exercise, and walk through this a little bit more closely and look at how much customers are paying on a per megawatt unit of capacity basis for each of these facilities. Can we do that? Do you happen to have a calculator or on your smartphone in your pocket?
I do.
Would you mind walking through just a couple of basic arithmetic numbers with me, just as to demonstrate how this might play out?
I can play along.
I appreciate your indulgence. Let me know when you're ready.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I want to start with Edwardsport. Before it was derated, and the internal rating for the company was 595 megawatts total capacity. Is that right? And so if the capital costs for a test year for a 595 megawatt plant are $29.4 million, you could approximate the capital cost per megawatt by dividing 29.4 million by 595. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if we do that, the number comes out to $49,411 per megawatt. If you want to do the math on your calculator.
I trust you, Mr. Smith.
But if we consider the D rate that we discussed, and let's talk about the summertime capacity, its internal value is only 555 megawatts now, right? And so if we do the same exercise and we divide $29.4 million by 555 megawatts, the cost per megawatt goes up to about $52,972 in capital costs per megawatt. Does that sound about right?
The math looks like it adds up.
So as a result of the D rate, the customers are now paying approximately $3,560 more per megawatt unit of capacity than they were before. Isn't that right?
No, I'm going to disagree with that. Again, we, in terms of the capacity, it's based on annual capacity test, and I thought we stated earlier that needed to be validated in terms of how that was determined.
And so we talked about for internal purposes, and you weren't able to answer whether that internal capacity value is used or integrated into the resource plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
If it was integrated into the resource plan, isn't it true that customers within the model, the IRP model, would be paying more per unit, per megawatt unit of capacity at Edwardsport than they were before the D-rate?
In your scenario, yes.
And you would, and so just to put a pin in that, or a finer point on that, that's approximately a 7% increase in costs per megawatt unit at Edwardsport. Isn't that right?
I haven't done the math.
Do you want to do the math?
No.
Well, let's do it, just because I want a clear record.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay, all right. In everybody's interest, in the interest of time, I'll move on. But the same, if we walk through each of the, or for Edwardsport, if we walk through the O&M costs, you'd have a similar kind of directionally.
I'm confident it would look similar.
Okay, thank you. Would you accept that using this illustration, customers, and given the D-rate, using this illustration, customers are now paying approximately $11,000 more per unit for O&M on a megawatt basis at Edwardsport?
Going back to the capacity and the D-rate, it's important to note that with the internal change that we made, there's other factors that we have not gone into regarding E4D. So when the overall capacity of the unit has not changed.
Your Honor, I don't think I asked about E4D. I just asked him to accept or not accept that customers are paying $11,000 more per unit of capacity.
Duke?
Well, perhaps Mr. Luke was not accepting that and wanted to provide some additional explanation as to why he was not.
Right, so we'll strike that answer. Mr. Luke, make sure you're listening to the question, answer that specific question that you're being presented. Mr. Smith, restate the question.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
As that answer was non-responsive.
Let's go through the exercise again here with operations and maintenance costs if we can. So we see here on page 8 of Mr. Cummings' testimony that Edwardsport has $89.5 million in test year costs for Edwardsport. Is that correct?
I see that on page 8, yes.
So again, if we want to calculate the dollar per megawatt capacity before the D-rate, we would divide that number by 595. Is that correct?
Yes.
If we do that, we get to $150,000, 420 per megawatt. Is that correct?
Sounds reasonable.
After the D-rate, we divide again by 555 instead, and customers are paying in O&M $161,000, $261, or $161,206. $161,261 per megawatt correct?
I'll take your word for that.
So that's roughly $11,000 more per unit that customers are now paying after the D rate. Is that correct?
In the example that you provided, assuming that the D rate does in fact impact the cost, I would agree with your statement.
Great, thank you. Now I want to move on and do this a slightly different way. And I appreciate you going along, Mr. Luke. I'll try to go through this fairly briefly. I want to compare Edwardsport's cost to the specific costs of the other Duke coal plants, rather, for demonstrative purposes. So if we go to the Gibson capital costs, we see that Gibson Duke is including $56.8 million a year in capital costs, the test year in capital costs for Gibson. Is that correct?
So you're referring to the...
So if you look at page 7 of Cummings' testimony at line 16,
Okay.
see where it says $58.6 million in test year
Yes.
costs? So if we calculate the capital cost per megawatt unit for Gibson, let's use approximately 2,800 because that's what we agreed on before. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So if we do that, we get to about 20,928 per megawatt on capital costs at Gibson. Is that right?
Sounds about right.
So that's about 2/5 of the capital costs that are in test year relative to Edwardsport. Is that correct?
Seems about right in your example.
But again, Gibson provides about 5 times the capacity value of Edwardsport.
That's correct.
Let's do Cayuga, just on the capital costs. It's about 1,000 megawatts, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Which, in the test year for Cayuga, the company is seeking $13.5 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if we calculate that the same way we've been doing, that means customers are paying about $13,000 per megawatt in capital costs in the test year. Is that correct?
That seems reasonable.
And that's about a quarter of the total capital costs that customers are spending at Edwardsport. Is that right?
Again, seems reasonable in your example.
But again, Cayuga provides twice the capacity value as Edwardsport. Is that correct?
Oh, I didn't realize that was a question. Yes, that'd be correct.
Okay. Sorry.
I thought it was a statement.
That's a good point. In the transcript, the intonation doesn't come across. I'll try to be clear about that. But that's about, Edwardsport provides about half the capacity value as Cayuga. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Thanks. All right, I want to move on just a little bit because we just talked a little bit about Edwardsport's expenses relative to the other coal units in the fleet, and even its expenses as they've changed with the internal capacity value change. In addition to that, I want to talk a little bit about Edwardsport's potentially significant capital cost risk going forward.
Okay.
If you turn to page 8 of your direct, please.
Page 8.
Yeah. Page 8, about 8 of your, not about, in page 8 of your direct testimony, you discuss the 2020 maintenance event that we've been kind of going back and we've talked about a little bit today. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm on page 8.
There. I'm sorry. Give me a second. I must have the wrong page number in my notes here, but I think we can get through it. In your direct testimony, you do discuss a major outage event at Edwardsport in 2020. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that was in part to repair the gasifiers at the facility. Is that correct?
in part, yes.
That outage and the maintenance at the facility ended up costing about $59.5 million. Isn't that correct?
Referring to O&M or capital?
In O&M.
Yes.
There was another $48.2 million in capital expenses that went into that. Is that right?
Correct.
And then, in addition to that 2020 outage, there was another major outage at Edwardsport in 2023. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And that one cost another $20.2 million in O&M. Is that correct?
Which part of my testimony are you referring to? It sounds reasonable, but
I'm not sure you discussed this specific event in your testimony, but you are aware of it, correct?
yes.
And then that 2023 event also resulted in about $51.6 million in capital costs, right?
Yes.
Now, you're expecting another event, major capital expenditure and O&M expenditure in about 2027. Is that right?
Yes, that's reasonable. We're still determining if that outage will be in 27 or 28, but it's likely, most of the work would likely fall in 2027.
Okay. And then some of it might spill over, I believe you say in your testimony at page 10, some of it will spill over into 2030. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be potentially the steam turbine portion of the outage.
At page 27 of your direct testimony, give me 1 second to find it, Mr. Luke. Your Honor, may I have one moment? I've
We'll go off the record.
lost my spot here.
And Mr. Smith, I'd just note that we are about 15 minutes out from our scheduled 3 o'clock break, so if you want to circle back to this after the break, that would be an option for you, just keep things moving. And also, getting word here, make sure you're speaking directly into the microphone as you're not always being picked up. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we'll go back on the record. Mr. Smith, please proceed.
So I'll just move on here, try to move this on a little bit. We talked a little bit about 2027 expected outage and a possible 2030 outage.
Correct.
you'd agree that in evaluating whether to make that investment, you'd want to consider the remaining useful life of the facility, right?
Yes, that's something we take into consideration.
Duke right now is assuming a 2045 end of life for Edwardsport, isn't that right?
Yes.
You're familiar with what's called the 111D rule, correct? The Clean Air Act greenhouse gas rule?
Yes.
And that's a final EPA rule affecting coal-fired electric generating units, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that if a operator decides to operate a coal-fired EGU past 2039, they'd need to achieve 90% reduction in CO2 with carbon capture and sequestration by 2032. Is that correct?
Yes, or converted to natural gas prior to 1/1/2030, correct?
Correct. And so absent a conversion of Edwardsport in 2030, that facility is going to face additional environmental compliance and capital cost risk, correct?
It really depends on the decision that's made in terms of how we're going to operate that unit moving forward. If the 111 rule is not stayed, then as per the rule, there's a 1/1/2030 convert to natural gas if we want to continue to operate that unit, in your example, until 2045.
The rule is not stayed, though.
Understand?
Correct. Is that correct? Is your
Yes.
understanding? And so it'd be reasonable for the utility, for Duke here, to consider that rule in developing its maintenance and investment spending going forward, correct?
That's correct.
You mentioned considering the compliance options for the facility. The other option, if you wanted to keep operating to 2045, is to install CCS, carbon capture and sequestration. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That would result in yet another D-rate for the facility, wouldn't it?
I haven't seen that final study, but I'm aware that there's substantial auxiliary load attached to CCS technology, so I think that's a fair statement.
Okay. Do you know what the D-rate would be?
I do not.
Okay. Just clarifying that. There'd likely be more O&M costs associated with installing CCS as well, right?
I think we have company witness Hofflich, who would be in a better position than me to speak to CCS at Edwardsport.
Are you generally aware that CCS technology, in addition to having I think you called it auxiliary load, parasitic load, also requires pretty significant amounts of water?
Yes.
That would probably result in additional O&M costs for operating it, right?
Again, I don't want to speculate on the costs associated with CCS. It's not something that I have personally studied.
Okay. So we talked a little bit about Edwardsport's costs relative to other facilities, some of the risks coming down. Let me just back up one moment. We talked a little bit about the planned 2027 and 2030 outages. Are those planned to do work on the gasifiers?
Right now, we're continuing, as I stated earlier, to evaluate that. But similar to the 2020 outage, the 2027 outage is a power block major outage. So similar to 2023, about $50 million is associated with the gas turbines and the steam turbines. So we can't overlook that as well. So whether or not the gasifier shuts down in 2030, 2035, or today, significant costs are still going to be incurred in 2027 because the majority of those costs has to do with the power block, the combustion turbines, the steam turbine, not gasification. I just want to make sure that's clear, that all those dollars aren't maintenance dollars for the gasification process.
If the company decided to convert Edwardsport to burn only natural gas exclusively, and the gasifiers are no longer operating, presumably it could avoid some of those anticipated costs.
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit about we talked a little bit about costs, some of the risk coming forward. I'd like to switch and talk a little bit about day-to-day operations at Edwardsport. You alluded to this a little bit earlier in your conversation with counsel for CAC, I believe. And Edwardsport runs quite a bit, is that right?
Yes.
And part of that is because when it's running on syngas and when the gasifiers are going, you have to keep it on basically all the time. Is that right?
As I stated earlier, it's not prudent to cycle the gasifiers or the gasification system. So generally, yes, if we put a gasifier online, we'd like to continue to run it until its next maintenance interval.
Right, and I think you said earlier that if you turn it off, it takes about 2 weeks to turn them back on. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And those can that process can cost tens of thousands, up to over $100,000, depending on whether you let it cool all the way to ambient temperature, et cetera. Is that correct?
I don't know the specific figures there that you're referencing in terms of the cost.
Are you aware that Mr. Suez talks about the costs of it?
Yes, he's got startup costs in there. That's, again, something he'd probably be in a better position than me to speak to.
And then I believe you said even if you idle the gasifiers, you're incurring significant costs. Is that what you said earlier today?
Yeah, I believe I stated there's ongoing maintenance activities that are still required, whether the gasification process is in service or not.
Now, would you agree that just because the unit is running a lot, that doesn't mean it's actually making a lot of money in the MISO energy market? Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that. I can't answer that question.
You are familiar with the MISO energy market, though, are you not?
Yes,
Do you understand how it operates?
for the most part.
Would you accept that it's essentially a reverse auction in which generators bid in their costs to the market and
I would agree.
and the system operator takes all of the different bids or offers into the market and matches them up to demand at any given increment, typically a 5-minute increment, and matches up demand and offer. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the idea, in theory, is to take the lowest cost offers first, and it gradually gets higher as it goes up the dispatch stack. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, now you're getting right in company witness Suez wheelhouse right there when you start discussing dispatch and MISO.
Are you aware, though, that generally what you've called intermittent resources, but resources like wind and solar have zero production costs, and so they offer into the market generally at $0.
Am I aware of that? No, I was not aware it bid in at $0.
Do you know what the production cost is for Edwardsport?
In terms of bidding it into the market? No.
Are you aware that Edwardsport is routinely offered into the MISO market as what's called must-run?
Yes.
In fact, it's offered in almost 100% of the time as must-run. Is that right?
That's correct.
That goes back to the problem we talked about before. If you turn off the gasifiers, it takes 2 weeks to get the thing to operate again.
That is part of it, yes, and the fuel flexibility it adds.
I want to touch on just a quick issue here because it came up before when you talked about the service factor versus capacity factor issue. And I'm attempting to restate what you said earlier, that the service factor for these units, and Edwardsport in particular, shows that it's being used, it's in service quite frequently. Is that fair to say?
Edwardsport or in general?
Let's talk about Edwardsport.
Yes.
But as we discussed, Duke is offering that unit as must-run into the MISO energy market almost 100% of the time. Is that right?
Yes.
When you do offer it in at must-run, isn't it right that the unit has what's called a minimum load of 95%? Is that correct?
Yeah. Again, all due respects, Mr. Smith, this conversation is better suited for company witness, Suez.
Okay. I'll ask him about some of the details of this. But if the unit is must-run, offered in as must-run all the time, and when it is offered as must-run, it has to be run at 95% of the time. Does the service factor, is that really a meaningful metric for Edwardsport?
I don't know that I'm following your line of questioning. Did I specifically talk about service factor as it related to Edwardsport or the overall coal fleet in general? I thought I was referring to the overall coal fleet.
Well, let's talk, I'm not sure what your opinion is. Were you talking about?
In my
tell me.
In my testimony, I speak specifically to service factor as it relates to the coal fleet. So do you have a
Overall
specific?
coal fleet?
Yes.
So in your view, when you're talking about Edwardsport, that's a little bit different. It's not as meaningful as a metric. Is that fair?
Perhaps rephrase your question, and I'll be able to get you a response.
Yeah. So we established that that Edwardsport is offered as must-run into the energy market all the time. Correct?
Again, Mr. Smith, I think when we're talking about the energy market, MISO bidding Edwardsport into the market, must run, these are all marketing type questions. Be happy to speak about how we safely and efficiently operate and maintain these assets, but those types of questions are better suited for Mr. Suez.
No, I appreciate that. I want to just try one more time to get at a pretty basic point here. We already established, you already stated that Edwardsport is offered as must-run all the time.
That's correct.
When you do must offer it into the market and it is selected, it has to run at 95% of its load. Is that correct?
It doesn't have to run at 95% of its load all the time, but that's what we prefer to do. So I would agree with that question.
And so if the company is forcing Edwardsport into the energy market to operate, whether it has a high service factor is not really a, versus other units, it's not really a useful metric, is it?
I see your point. No, not for Edwardsport.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, Mr. Smith, I see we've bumped up to 3 o'clock. Let's take a 15-minute break. Thank you, counsel. Okay, we'll go back on the record. Mr. Smith, please proceed with your cross-examination when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Luke, talked a little bit about costs, some risks associated with Edwardsport going forward, and the day-to-day MISO stuff. I want to ask you a little bit about flexibility now. Can you, at your rebuttal testimony at page 4,
Okay, I'm there.
at lines 18 through 20, you stated that as the fleet transitions to an increasing penetration of intermittent resources, the degree of volatility in total dispatchable generation needed to serve load is increasing. You see that?
Yes.
To address that volatility, you would agree that flexible generation resources are helpful, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And would you agree that one measure of flexibility is for a resource to be able to ramp up quickly to serve demand?
It can, yes.
And again, when Edwardsport is turned down, or the gasifiers are turned off, rather, it takes 14 days to come back online. Is that right?
Yes, it depends on what state we leave it in, but typically, yes.
Up to
Correct.
about 14 days. Great.
Yes.
Would you agree that another measure of flexibility is the ability to decrease output during periods where there's decreased demand?
Yeah, flexibility comes in different ways, to your point. Ramp rate, turn down, fuel flexibility.
But as we discussed, I think, right before the break, Edwardsport is committed as must-run all the time, more or less. And as a must-run, in addition, as a must-run unit, its minimum operational load in MISO is 95%, correct?
Yeah, its flexibility would be its ability to transfer back and forth from syngas to natural gas.
But when we're on this, when we're the gasifiers, when we're on syngas, the unit doesn't easily ramp down from that 95% load, or 95% level, rather.
No.
Okay, thank you. You got to sort of to a point that I was going to ask about. If you converted to natural gas all the time, would you expect that? Would you expect at Edwardsport? Would you expect Edwardsport to be able to respond, ramp up and ramp down more quickly?
As a simple cycle unit with natural gas only?
Yes.
Yes, it would be able to ramp up and down.
So we talked. You talked a lot with Ms. Balzer and counsel for CAC about the IRP process, and I think you both spent quite a bit of time on the 2021 IRP. I wanted to just make sure that you're familiar, at least as a general matter, that Duke is undertaking a 2024 IRP process right now as well, right?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And are you aware that, according to the publicly provided information so far, all of the company's scenarios involving compliance with the 111D rule that we talked about show Edwardsport converting to natural gas no later than 2030?
I have seen most of that documentation, yes.
And that's because the company could avoid further compliance costs under 111D by doing so, correct?
Well, I think partly that, and then partly that it is a young unit and a valuable asset, so we want to make sure we can continue to operate it beyond the other stipulations that are in the 111 clause, 2035, 2039. So we want to make sure we continue to maintain the ability to operate Edwardsport in some capacity.
Okay, so if you did convert to natural gas, you'd still be able to take advantage of that valuable capacity, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, I think you stated earlier that the capacity would go up. Is that right?
I'm not sure I stated that. I think there was some conversation around the gasification process provides some capacity.
Okay, well, let's come back to that in a moment. But you would agree, though, and I just want to clarify the record, you agree that by converting to natural gas by 2030, you avoid further 111D compliance costs, correct?
Yes.
And we talked, and you'd also avoid impending large outage expenditures related to the gasifiers as well, wouldn't you?
Again, we'd have to continue to evaluate that based on the timeline and required maintenance activities to ensure that we could sustain reliable operation up until any decision point is made.
Can we, do you still have in front of you, I believe it's Exhibit IG-CX1?
A lot of stuff in front of me right now. Let me see. Which one is that now?
It should be IG-CX1.
Yes, I have it here.
You recall going over this a little bit with
Yes.
Balzer? I just want to come back and close the circle on this piece. You recall, correct, when you talked with Ms. Balzer, if you convert Edwardsport to run solely on natural gas, the capacity actually goes up from 500 up to about 586 megawatts.
Yeah, there was some discussion if we replace the hardware, right, so an investment would need to be made in order to recover some megawatts that would be lost from retiring the gasifiers.
And then I want to take a quick look at the two tables that are attached to this document.
Okay.
You see the two tables attached. The first page says Edwardsport gas only. Do you see that up in the?
Yes, I have that in front of me.
And then on the second page, it says Edwardsport syngas and natural gas. You see that?
Yes.
I just kind of want to walk through this. On the first page, the Edwardsport gas only, natural gas only. The bottom line there says total non-fuel O&M, and there are projections on this sheet out until 2041. Is it accurate to characterize those projections? Pretty steady O&M projections annually. Is that correct?
Yes, but it appears as though the major maintenance activities may not be included in those estimates because you would have an increase in spend, as I mentioned earlier, regarding CT major maintenance activities, steam turbine major maintenance activities. I'm not certain I'm seeing that on this sheet here. But yet they appear to be on page 2, total non-fuel O&M Hence, look at 2027, you see the spike up to 126 million seems reasonable, considering that'd be about $50 million worth of combustion turbine maintenance that would occur that year.
Well, let's clarify here, because the second page there is the O&M for operating on syngas and natural gas. And so I'm glad you pointed to that 126 in 2027, that estimate there, because that corresponds with your projection that you'd have another major outage at Edwardsport in about 2027, doesn't it?
Right, and I commented earlier, we haven't finalized that yet to determine how much of that, some of that scope may push out to 2030. My point is, it does not appear to me that on page 1, gas only, that any of the combustion turbine or steam turbine major maintenance activity is included on that spreadsheet.
Okay. But you would say that it's fair, looking at 2027 in particular on page 1, if Edwardsport is converted to burn natural gas.
That number's about 50 million light.
Okay. But according to this, let's talk about that in a second. But according to this, the company would save about what is this, 100 million in 2027?
Yeah, if these numbers were accurate, that seems, well, 2027. Wouldn't be 100 million, but I'll give you 75.
Okay. Let me ask you about the accuracy of the numbers. A couple questions about that. You were here yesterday with Mr. Pinniger, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall him stating that, as a general matter, we sort of established this at the beginning, one of the pillars was to evaluate ways to save money, right?
Right.
And all options should be on the table there.
Right, I think he spoke to all 5 pillars, right? Reliability.
Right. Do you recall Mr. Pinniger also saying that he expects those kinds of evaluations to use accurate assumptions?
I don't recall that specific comment. Maybe you could elaborate.
Well, I guess, does Duke expect in each of the respective teams, would you expect that your colleagues, when they're doing analyses within their expertise, to use accurate assumptions?
I would.
But you don't think these ones are accurate?
I don't know that, again, the basis of this or what the instruction was in terms of what they were pulling together. This says total non-fuel O&M. To me, that would include outage O&M, which appears to be included on page 2, again, going back to 2027, hence the additional expense in 2027, which aligns with the current outage as it stands today, but we don't see that same increase in 2027 on the first page. So again, I don't know who or how this information was pulled together. I'm making an observation that sheet 1 does not include outage O&M for major maintenance.
Okay. So in light of that, then it'd probably be pretty reasonable to study what the discrepancy is, right?
The discrepancy is between these 2 sheets.
The discrepancy between what you're describing and the numbers in Exhibit IGCX1.
Yeah, I just think maybe it's, I don't know that it needs a study. I think it just needs, maybe this information is not being represented in the appropriate manner, or maybe it was an oversight that somebody pulled together and did not include the outage O&M.
Do you think it'd be a good idea to evaluate and come up with some accurate numbers for the cost of converting Edwardsport?
I think we went down this space earlier
Yeah,
regarding a study.
well, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do you think it would be reasonable to do an evaluation to understand?
No, as I stated earlier, unless there's information that suggests in the near term that we're looking at shutting down the gasifiers.
And I want to talk a little bit about that because I think you said, unless there's information, I think earlier with Ms. Balzer, you said, there's no evidence to lead me to that. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I do believe this has been asked and answered possibly multiple times.
Mr. Smith?
Is laying the foundation for asking a follow-up on that statement.
Duke, do you have any response to that?
I just think we've gone over with Mr. Luke already whether or not he thinks Duke should do a study.
Mr. Smith, the objection's overruled. Keep things moving forward, please.
So I just want to go over, sort of summarize a little bit of what we've discussed today then, because what we do know is that the company could avoid significant 111D costs if it converts to burn natural gas, correct?
Correct.
The company could avoid significant O&M costs in the latter part of this decade by converting to natural gas, correct?
Possibly. Again, we would need to evaluate that.
The company similarly could avoid significant capital costs associated with the upgrades or the outages you're anticipating, correct? If they convert to natural gas.
As it relates to gasification, yes, that's possible.
The company has information in the form of the IRP indicating that the least cost option for Edwardsport is converting it by 2030. Is that correct?
Objection. Again, I believe we've already asked and answered these questions.
Your Honor,
Mr. Smith?
Your Honor, I'm getting at impeaching his statement that there is no evidence that would support studying the conversion of the power plant. And in fact, as we're talking through each of these elements, each of these data points are in fact evidence.
Duke?
Mr. Luke has already rebutted these statements in his testimony that was pre-filed in this case and has also already discussed this multiple times with Ms. Balzer and with you, Mr. Smith.
Objection sustained. We are getting into quite a few asked and answered questions. If you're going to impeach, move directly to those points.
Give me one moment here. Can you tell me what evidence you would deem sufficient to initiate an economic study of the conversion, an economic and engineering study of the conversion of Edwardsport?
Objection. Mr. Luke has already responded to this question when a similar version was asked by Ms. Balzer.
Mr. Smith?
I had not recalled that question. I don't believe he did respond to that specific question. But
Duke?
Mr. Luke has provided testimony today in this case regarding what might happen or what he may need to be told by Duke senior management or Duke local leadership in order to conduct a study.
I think Mr. Smith's question was asking what factors should be considered. I don't believe that specific question was asked. Mr. Smith, proceed. Objections overruled.
can you tell us what kinds of information, what factors you would need to have in order to initiate a detailed study of converting.
I think I've stated in the past that there would have to see evidence of a recommended retirement date of said asset that would prompt me to determine if it was the right time to perform such a study.
Thank you, Mr. Luke. I don't have any other questions.
OUCC, Ms. Hitz, are you asking, do you have cross?
We have no cross, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harper. Duke, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the bench doesn't have any questions for Mr. Luke. Mr. Luke, you may, excuse me, Ms. Balzer.
The exhibit, Your Honor, I'm sorry, before the witness goes off the stand, I had moved for the admission of IGCX 1, my motion was overruled previously, but I think that the objection related to authentication, which didn't pertain to IGCX 1, Your Honor. IGCX 1 is Duke's response to IGDR 3.12 in this cause, including the attachment thereto. And I would respectfully, I don't believe there has been an objection based on authentication to that document, which was from this rate case. And I would respectfully request reconsideration of the denial of admission.
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
I would respectfully request reconsideration of the denial of admission of that exhibit.
Of CX3?
No, CX1, which is, may we go off the record for a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't believe you
off the
offered
record.
CX1, and I didn't object to it.
So, all right, so CX1, all right, Duke, your objection was to CX3, is that correct?
Yes, I
Okay,
don't
and
believe
that-
you offered CX1, and we,
Well,
and one being the one 3.12.
okay, we'll go back on the record. All right, just, I believe the record's unclear as to, I think I misspoke as well in admitting and referencing which exhibits were to be admitted. Just so that we're clear, I'll go through with the parties. Duke, do you have any objection to the admission of IG cross-examination Exhibit 1?
No, Your Honor.
Locke's not present. Citizens Action Coalition.
No objection, Your Honor.
City of Westfield.
No objection.
Kroger's not present. Nucor.
No objection.
River Ridge Development Authority, Property Owners Association, Rolls-Royce.
No objection.
Sierra Club.
No objection.
Bill-O-Dynamics isn't present. Wabash Valley's not present. Walmart, not present. OUCC.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, IGCX1 is admitted into the record. Ms. Balzer, anything further?
No, thank you, Your Honor, my apologies.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Ms. Balzer. All right, Mr. Luke, you're now excused from the witness stand. Thank you, and we'll go off the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Duke, thank you again for having Ms. Krista Graff present. 4:30. Counsel, how long do you see your cross going, respectively? It would. Ms. Washburn, can you start us off?
I would say mine is 20 minutes maximum.
Ms. Wheeler, Ms. Schultz, for your various
No.
parties?
No cross.
Yeah. Mr. Smith?
No cross.
Ms. Becker? Industrial Group?
Just a few minutes, I think.
Okay. Public?
I'll do my best to keep it moving. I
All right,
think we
let's
can.
do it. All right, we'll put her on today. Thank you. Again, Duke, thank you for bringing in additional witnesses.
Welcome. She needs, it's 29 and 3. Yeah, it would help if anybody's got cross exhibits to mark, I'd go ahead and get them marked now. So we're not taking time up. Krista, hey, go ahead and get up. And Your Honor, she has not been sworn. That's quite all right. Fuel inventory is fuel cost. Edward, oh no, that's Kathy Lovely. This is probably for. Thank you. I got multiple copies of it.
Thank you. Stumbled a little bit here and there, and a lot of it had been covered already.
Duke, are you ready?
Petitioner calls Krista Graft.
Hold on, let's go back on the record.
Petitioner calls Krista Graft.
Thank you. Ms. Graft, if you would, please approach the witness stand. Remain standing, then raise your right hand so that you may be sworn to testify. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat. Mr. Kyle, when you're ready.
Ms. Graft, can you please state your name and business address for the court reporter?
Krista Graft, 1000 East Main Street, Plainfield, Indiana.
Yeah, and pull that microphone closer to you. And I want to make sure that you've got on the table in front of you, they've already been introduced into the record. Do you have up there Petitioner's Exhibit 3, which is a copy of your direct testimony?
Yes.
And do you also have a copy, or do you also have what's been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 29, which is your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Witness is available for cross-examination, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Kyle. Ms. Washburn with Citizens Action Coalition.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Graff. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I have limited cross-examination related to the request for recovery of certain private aircraft. If I could, please have you turn to your rebuttal testimony, page 15.
I'm there.
Thank you. I also have some references that will be to the documents that are bound by the rubber band in the corner of your table there. If you could pull out the first binder. Please. Thank you. And turn to page 93. And this is, for those following along, this is CAC Exhibit 1. 92, actually.
Okay.
Thank you. Duke is requesting $1.9 million in cost recovery for its private aircraft. Is that correct?
I believe the 1.9 million is for aircraft used for transportation purposes and for line patrolling purposes.
Right. Thank you for that clarification. So that gets to my first question. Duke, to my knowledge, has not disaggregated that figure to show what is being used for operational purposes versus transport. Is that a figure that, if requested by the commission, Duke could provide?
I don't believe we have a split of that currently. If the commission requested it, we would certainly do our best to provide that information.
So my understanding is that Duke's request for the transportation aircraft is for 3 2022 Gulfstream G280 private jets and 1 2012 Augusta Westland Leonardo AW139 helicopter, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And the 4 remaining aircrafts are helicopters that are strictly for the operational purposes, correct?
Yes.
Is it correct that these new G280 private jets are priced approximately at $28 million each? Do you know?
I do not know.
Do you know that they seat only 10 passengers?
No, I wasn't aware.
Okay. Could you please turn to CAC Exhibit 1, so that's the binder that you have there. Turn to page 93. Duke has, I had an off-the-record conversation with Duke Counsel, and I'll let them chime in if I get this wrong, but that on page 93, the figures that have been redacted can now be made public, which are page 93 at lines 8 and 9. Do you see the redactions there?
I do.
I have the confidential version up, and I will be referring to those figures that have now been made public.
Okay.
Do you understand, is it your understanding that in 2022 and 23, no Duke Energy Indiana employees used the aircraft for the aircraft designated for the transportation purposes?
Yes, that is my understanding. However, Duke Energy Business Services employees that support Indiana may have used that aircraft.
And only one time in 2021 did a Duke Energy Indiana employee use that private aircraft for transportation purposes, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Do you know when you, would you agree that for a flight to Charlotte, commercial flight to Charlotte is likely approximately $500?
I haven't checked flights recently. I don't have a frame of reference.
Let's put it at a $1,000 over estimate. Does that sound reasonable to you, that it's approximately $1,000 to do a round trip flight between Indianapolis and Charlotte?
That is probably reasonable.
Has Duke presented any type of comparison for the commission that would show a comparison between what it would cost to buy tickets, plane tickets on commercial craft in order to compare that to the amount that Duke is requesting here for the private jets and helicopter that are being used for transportation?
Again, I would clarify that the $1.9 million is for transportation and operational purposes. No, I'm not aware of any analysis the company might have done on comparison to commercial airfare cost.
For the $1.9 million requested for the private aircraft, which to your point includes both the operational types of aircraft, the 4 helicopters that are used for operational purposes, plus the 3 jets and the 1 helicopter for transportation purposes, would you agree that the jets are likely much more expensive than the helicopters?
I don't have information to be able to answer that definitively.
But that is likely information that Duke has.
I suspect it may be, yes. I don't have it personally.
Did Duke present information to the commission that would verify the individuals and types of travel Duke is taking on these aircrafts for transportation purposes?
Not to the commission, I don't believe. We provided some information in discovery.
To your knowledge, is the information that was provided in discovery subsequent to the ruling on the motion to compel, that was strictly related to the Duke Energy Indiana employees that used that private aircraft, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And again, that's referencing back to that showed that none of the Duke Energy Indiana employees used the private aircraft for transportation in 2022 or 2023, and only one time in 2021. Is that your recollection?
It is.
And the test year does not include 2021, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kraft.
You're welcome.
City of Westfield,
No cross, thanks.
Industrial Group.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Kraft.
Good afternoon.
I could have you turn to page 6 of your rebuttal. You're responding to Mr. Gorman's recommendation to disallow a portion of Duke's prepaid pension asset there. Do you agree? Do you agree that Mr. Gorman did not make any adjustment to Duke's pension expense?
I agree.
And do you agree that Duke was not able to provide the annual ERISA minimum pension contribution for the prepaid pension asset?
I believe in discovery, we responded that the ERISA determination is made at an overall plan level, not at a Duke Energy Indiana level.
Correct. And so no, there was no Duke Energy Indiana ERISA level that could be provided. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Nucor.
Nucor has no questions of this witness, Your Honor.
River Ridge Development Authority, Property Owners Association, and Rolls-Royce.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sierra Club is not present. OUCC.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Kraft.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you again.
Likewise.
Let's turn to page 9 of your direct, please. On line 13, you reference that 25% of the depreciation, in this case, is related to coal combustion residual, or CCR. Do you see that there?
Ms. Hitz, which page are you on again, please?
I hope it's 9. That's what I have in my notes.
It is. I believe I state there that approximately 25% of the increase in depreciation expense is related to increased decommissioning costs. And then I go on to say that those increased decommissioning costs reflect the inclusion of coal ash closure costs as cost of removal. It's not.
Thank you.
It's not just coal ash closure costs.
I appreciate the clarification. And 25% of the increase in that depreciation, does that include the $92.1 million that the Court of Appeals had previously told Duke it could not recover?
I believe that is included in that number, yes.
Thank you. Are you aware, and if you are not, that is fine, that Mr. Lilly has responded to the OUCC that the amount of the $92 million has not yet been included in the depreciation?
I believe Ms. Lilly would have stated that the $92 million has not been reflected in the accumulated depreciation reserve, not in the depreciation rates and study. You could confirm that with her.
Okay. And it's not going to be reflected, that $92 million. And thank you for clarifying that it was the accumulated reserve. Won't be reflected until the step 2 rates. If you're not sure, I will ask Ms. Lilly. That's fine.
$92 million. I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fine. Let's turn to page 20 of your direct testimony. And you say there, lines 13 to 15, you're talking about Duke maintaining its books and records in accordance with the FERC Uniform System of Accounts. And you make reference to the administrative 42D. Do you see that there?
Yes.
That is the part of the statute having to do with cost recovery in the FAC, is it not?
I believe so.
Is the cost of fuel defined in that statute? Do you know?
I do not know offhand.
Would it surprise you that the statute says the cost of fuel, that the cost that can be recovered by a utility is the cost of fuel to generate electricity and included in the cost of purchased electricity?
That seems reasonable.
Does the statute refer to the cost of capital as a cost of fuel?
I don't have the statute in front of me. I can't say.
Fair enough. Let's flip back to your direct, back at page 20. And I direct your attention to two documents that have been marked as cross-examination exhibits 5 and 6 for the OUCC. And those two documents, cross-examination exhibit 5, is an excerpt from the Uniform System of Accounts for account 151, which refers to fuel. Do you see that?
I do.
And cross-examination exhibit 6 is another excerpt from the FERC USOA relating to section 501. Do you see that?
I do.
Does the FERC Uniform System of Accounts allow for earning a return on fuel inventory?
I would need a minute to read these.
We'll go off the record while the witness reviews this material.
Your Honor, we can go back on the record.
Ms. Graft, have you had the opportunity to review those documents?
Yes.
All right, we'll go back on the record. Ms. Hitz.
In the interest of compressing time, were you able to find that the cost of fuel includes a return element on fuel?
I did not see a reference to return specifically. When I look at CX5 and that's describing FERC account 151, item 3 does mention other expenses directly assignable to cost of fuel, but it does not say return, but it does say other expenses directly assignable to cost of fuel. I would say cost of capital or, is a cost of fuel.
And Are you aware of any cases that say that other expenses directly assignable to the cost of fuel include the cost of capital?
I am not.
Well, you also discussed Duke's request to include coal inventory in rates, don't you?
Yes.
And that is a specific amount of money, 139 million, give or take, for coal.
That we would propose be administered through our quarterly FAC.
Your Honor, I would ask that everything after yes be stricken.
Duke?
Your Honor, I think she was answering the question.
Ms. Hitz?
I didn't ask about whether or not they were requesting a return. I simply asked whether or not these were similar comparisons.
I thought she was asking, Your Honor, about that's similar to, somewhere there was. She was asking about the request and whether, maybe I'd need the question. I thought the answer was.
We're going to sustain the objection and re-ask the question. And Ms. Graff, make sure you listen to the question and answer that specific question that's presented to you. Thank you.
The adjustment of coal inventory that Duke is requesting up and down in the FAC is similar in function to adjusting from the cost of fuel that's built into rates, correct?
It would work in the same way, yes.
Now, Duke spends, now you included, let me withdraw that. On page 39 of your testimony, you say, lines 16 to 20, this is the direct, that the Duke would calculate the revenue requirement associated with that differential, and let me get to that point so that I don't misquote. By applying the most recently approved rate of return and revenue conversion factor. So is a rate of return built into the cost of fuel that's embedded in rates currently?
We currently earn a return on fuel inventory in base rates.
I'm not sure that's the question I asked, but I'll let that go. In an FAC, Duke recovers the cost of fuel dollar for dollar. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that includes any coal inventory that might be consumed during an FAC period. Is that correct?
Yes, it would include consumption expense.
You say on page 40 that your proposal, the Duke's proposal to put coal inventory, $139 million of coal inventory into rate base, is reasonable given the significant volatility it has experienced in its coal inventory levels. As further discussed by Mr. Verderami, how do the coal inventory levels mean that Duke should put a coal inventory into rates when they recover coal costs dollar for dollar?
What the proposal is the $139 million that you referenced is part of the company's rate base, which would then earn a rate of return. And what we're proposing to do in FAC is to effectively increase or decrease the level of fuel inventory that is earning a return. we're not putting the full return on the fuel inventory into the FAC, only the change up or down.
Okay. So you're proposing to apply the return to the incremental difference?
Correct.
Okay. But that 139 million will remain in rates and will continue to earn a return. Is that correct?
Yes.
So even if Duke burns down that pile to, let's just say, $100 million worth, Duke will continue to earn on $39 million of already consumed coal. Isn't that correct?
I may not have been clear. What would happen in this circumstance you described is our base rates would recover a return on the $139 million, and then the FAC would provide customers a credit for the return on that $39 million differential that gets to the $100 million inventory in your example.
So Duke's going to be performing a return analysis on $139 million worth of coal in every FAC?
That is the proposal, is that we would evaluate what our inventory balance is as compared to the amount reflected in our base rates, and either provide customers a credit, or there would be a charge to customers for that differential that goes through FAC.
Fuel is an item in utility rates that is consumed, correct?
Yes.
And consumption is tracked dollar for dollar.
Right.
So Duke's request to put the coal inventory into rate base and earn a return is not how the cost of fuel has been dealt with in Duke's rates in the past. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's a proposal in this case.
I have nothing further.
Duke, any redirect?
I have one redirect question.
When you're ready, sir.
Ms. Graft, you just responded to a question as to, and maybe I misheard it, but I thought you were asked, is Duke's request to put the $139 million in fuel inventory in rate base new to this case? Is that what you were asked?
I didn't think that's what I was asked.
Is it new to this case to include fuel inventory in rate base?
No, it is not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor, for the record, I think what I asked was, this is not how Duke has done this in the past.
The bench doesn't have any questions for Ms. Graff. She's excused from the witness stand. And with that, I see it's a 4:16. We'll continue to, the evidentiary hearing 2. Wednesday, September 4th at 9 a.m. Thank you, counsel.
We will plan to have everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Kyle.